So good afternoon and welcome to today's Digital Discovery Seminar. Delighted to be introducing the seminar today. My name is Troy Wrigley. I'm the CEO here at Best.Energy, and our Business Development Director, Tim McMahon, invited me along today to do the introduction live from our headquarters here in Bristol. So I'm delighted to do that for Tim, and I'm delighted to meet you all and to talk to you about our business and of course about the possibility of working together. Perhaps just as a way of making sure you can all hear me and see me, if someone could just pop a message in the chat box just to make sure that everyone can hear us. So there's a chat box there, just send a message. So we've got Mohammed says good day to you. Umar says thank you. Umar from Pakistan. Shibu says perfect. Mario says good day everyone. Looks like we're all good. Great. So it's great to be with you. Great to be able to share this information with you. So what I thought I would do today is a presentation that I did for the opening of our Best.Energy Partner Conference back in 2019. So this was in November 2019, before all of the madness began. But it's just as relevant today as it was back then. In fact, I would say even more relevant. And the reason I want to share it with you is because it will help you to understand our mission and our purpose and how you can help us to achieve that mission and purpose as a Best.Energy partner. So we call this the greatest story never told. So if you're sitting comfortably, I'll begin. Once upon a time, we as a society, as a human race, faced an energy crisis. We know this. That came in three primary forms: rising costs, threats to the security of supply, and of course, we know that the generation of energy is the biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, which of course is changing our climate. So what did we do in the face of this crisis? Well, we turned to alternative sources of energy. But let me ask you, what is the best source of energy available to us right now? You know, I've traveled the world and I've asked so many people, hundreds of people, this very same question. And you know what's interesting? I always get the same answer. Most people say solar is our best source of energy. Some people who are perhaps a bit more knowledgeable about renewables and about efficiency around renewables will say something like wind. And then a small handful will mention some other form of renewable energy, something like hydro or geothermal. But you know, the answer to that question, what is our best source of energy, is none of the above. None of the above. Because the cheapest, cleanest, most accessible source of energy on Earth today is, of course, energy efficiency. But I don't want you to take my word for it. I'm biased. I've been in this industry for 20 years. So how can I say that? Well, let me give you three lines of evidence for this statement that energy efficiency is our best source of energy. So firstly, we talked about problems with rising costs. I don't know what it's like in your part of the world, but here in the UK, costs just keep going up, and it's happening across Europe, in America. We're seeing it everywhere. So costs keep going up. How does energy efficiency compare to some of the more well-known forms of energy generation? So we have a graph here from the International Energy Agency, and we can see the range of levelized cost to produce a kilowatt hour of energy. A kilowatt hour is normally what you pay for when it comes to energy. So we can see here that wind is becoming increasingly cost effective, utility scale solar PV competing with wind, natural gas a bit more expensive, probably have to nudge that up a bit more, coal, again, more expensive, community solar PV, and then nuclear. So where would energy efficiency rank on this graph when it comes to the actual cost to produce energy? Well, it's the best. On average, 3.1 cents per kilowatt hour to produce. And if you're really good at it, you can get it down close to 1 cent. Now, some people struggle to understand why we will put energy efficiency on a chart about the generation of energy or energy production. But let me give you an illustration that will help you to explain why it should be here. You know, I was taught a long time ago by my dad that there are only two ways to make money. You can either bring more money in through the door by generating more sales, more revenue, or you can stop it going out the back door. You can save it. And that's one of the best ways to make profit. One of the ways people often miss, but very effective. Those are the two ways of making money. It's similar with energy. There are two ways to make energy. You can either generate it with these forms of generation, wind, solar, coal, and so forth, or you can stop wasting it. You can stop it sneaking out the back door. You can save it. And when you do that, you create more kilowatt hours. Because if you don't use a kilowatt hour, that's another kilowatt hour that you can use elsewhere. And that's why energy efficiency should be on this list. And as we can see, is actually the most cost-effective solution when it comes to energy generation. The second thing I want to point out is to do with that problem we talked about, the security of supply, the fact there's not enough energy to go around. In parts of South Africa right now, they are managing demand very carefully. There are periods of time where they do load shedding, where you just can't turn your power on because there's not enough power to go around. Maybe you saw what happened in Texas recently when they were hit with that big snowstorm. Again, an issue with the security of supply. So how effective is energy when it comes to addressing this problem? Well, here is a graph from, again, the International Energy Agency showing the energy use for the world between 1973 and 2005. So you can see here this sharp increase in energy from around about 1973. And it's a steep curve, except this is not what happened. What really happened is this. Thanks to energy efficiency, since the 1970s, we have reduced the amount of energy use globally by 58%. Energy efficiency has already had a huge impact on the supply of our energy. If it wasn't for energy efficiency, who knows where we would be? So incredibly effective at making more energy to go around. And the final area that we talked about the impact of climate change, the fact that making energy is one of the biggest, if not the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases. Well, here we have a graph showing how we are going to hit our sustainable development targets. You know, we're trying to keep global warming within 2 degrees. So how are we going to hit those targets? Well, we can see here that renewables is a big part of the solution. Fuel switching, nuclear. I don't know where you stand on the issue, but the fact is that nuclear, although it has other issues, is a very clean source of fuel. So that's one of the ways we can hit our targets. Carbon capture is going to be one of the ways, and there are other ways as well. How does energy efficiency play into this? Well, it is the single most effective tool that we have to hitting our sustainable development targets. That's how important it is. That's the scale of the part it has to play in beating climate change. It's our number one weapon. So hopefully you can understand why I say that energy efficiency is the best source of energy available to us. But in that graph earlier, I mentioned that we've been doing this since the early 1970s. So is there any energy efficiency left to tap into, or have we used it all? Well, let me show you a graph that blew my mind, this table. Again, this is showing a specific economy. This is the US economy. On the left-hand side there, you can see inputs. So that's energy being put into the economy. And on the right-hand side, you can see those outputs. Now, first of all, this is a scary figure. Only 9% of all of that energy input is converted into something useful. Can you believe that? Only 9%. 41% is unavoidably wasted. There's nothing we can do about it, thanks to the second law of thermodynamics. It's gone and we can't get it back. But here's the thing that's really important. 43%, according to this chart, 43% is avoidable energy waste. Sat there is a reservoir of potential, like a massive oil well that we've never discovered before, but with none of the downsides of oil. What would be the impact if we tomorrow could capture all of this energy waste that exists right now within our systems? Of course, this is the US economy, but we can expect to see similar types of waste across all nations. So if we could stop this 43% of energy waste, what kind of impact could we have? Well, here we have a map of the world, and those dots that you can see there represent coal-fired power stations. So you can see there a proliferation of power stations in India and in China, quite a few across Europe, none in the United Kingdom because we've got rid of all of our coal, but still quite a few over in the US. Coal is considered to be a dirty fuel. China's just come out recently and said that they're going to stop building coal-fired power plants overseas, but they have plans to build at least 40 within China. So coal is still very much a big part of the energy infrastructure that we rely upon today for reliable energy. In fact, there are about 300,000 coal-fired power plants around the world. So if we were to capture that 43% waste that we talked about earlier, how many of these 300,000 coal-fired power plants do you think we could turn off? The answer is every single one of them. Switched off tomorrow, if we could just stop wasting the energy that we're already producing. That is the power and the impact of energy efficiency. There's only one problem with energy efficiency, and it's not frogs. The problem with energy efficiency or energy waste is that it is invisible. It's hard to see. So what do you do when you want to find something and you can't see it or it's invisible? Well, as humans, we've got quite good at this. When we want to find something that we can't see or that's invisible, we invent a scope for it. So when the stars were too far away and we wanted to see them, we invented, of course, the telescope. When we wanted to see tiny microbes and germs, but they were too small to see them, we invented the microscope. And when we, as energy efficiency professionals, wanted to find invisible energy waste, we invented the Enoscope, a scope for finding energy that is not in use. And this is the main flagship product that Tim is going to talk to you about today. Wonderful solution, quite unique in terms of its ability for finding energy that is not in use. Now, is it really that effective? Can an energy efficiency or energy monitoring tool really help us to unlock that 43% of waste that we talked about earlier? Well, let me tell you what Siemens said. You don't have to listen to me. Well-respected German company. They produced a report called the Top 10 Energy Saving Options, and they ranked them in terms of return on investment, which would give you the fastest payback on your investment. Do you know what they said? An effective monitoring system is the most important element if you want to save energy, if you want to introduce an energy management program, and get this, will deliver the fastest payback. So if you are serious about accessing this clean, green energy, the best energy that's out there, that 43% of waste that's just waiting to be tapped into, energy monitoring, like Enoscope, is the most important tool and will deliver the fastest payback. And it's not just Siemens that are saying this. The US Department of Energy claim that continuous monitoring and active management can capture between 15 and 40% energy savings. Incredible. And just in terms of the importance of focus on energy efficiency, when I gave this presentation back in 2019, 11,000 climate scientists had signed a petition to say the world needs to sit up and take notice that we have 12 years now to solve this problem before we go beyond an irreversible moment. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that's what they said. 11,000 scientists, well-respected scientists, saying we have to do something and we have to do it now. And they came up with a plan for how we tackle this climate crisis, probably one of the biggest threats to mankind. And in this plan, they laid out 6 highly important ways in which we could beat climate change. Guess what they had at number 1? The world must quickly implement massive energy efficiency and conservation practices. This is at the heart of the global economy. This is coming whether you like it or not. And of course, as a Best Energy partner, you can help us to spread the message. And we need that. We need that help to spread the message because the message isn't out there yet. In fact, according to the Energy Saving Trust, less than 3% of all media and social media conversations on climate change in the last 2 years make any mention of energy efficiency. What a crime, you could say, when you consider how powerful an asset efficiency is, the number one energy resource open to us, and only 3% of media and social media are mentioning it. But with your help, we can change that. That's why we're talking to you today. We are building an army of Best.Energy partners who are taking this message to their clients and are delivering on these core values that we talked about, reducing costs, making energy supplies more secure, and of course, beating climate change all at the same time in the most cost-effective way with the quickest paybacks. We have the solution to that problem. And we'd love to work potentially with some of you to take that to your clients and your customers.
Hello from the UK. My name is Tim McMahon. I'm the Business Development Director for Best.Energy, and I'm going to be your host as we go through the agenda for today's Discovery Seminar. That's a great introduction from Troy. I hope it tells you a lot about our company and why we do what we do, the mission that we're on, and that our Best.Energy partners are on as they join us as we promote energy efficiency at a global level. So you're going to learn today a little more market potential and what the size of the opportunity is before you. I think Troy's touched on that quite nicely, so we'll add a little bit more detail to that. We'll talk about market sectors, just who is our customer? Who is your customer if you're going out there looking to do business? What kind of team do you need to have? Is this the kind of business where you can do it on your own? Or do you need an office with a team of people running around? What does that structure look like? So we'll help you understand that much better. And then what would you be presenting to the customer? Well, you can either put yourself in the customer's shoes later, or you can think about it from a salesperson's perspective as we run through an example of a presentation and a proposal. We're also, of course, going to look at the technology, our flagship solution, Anyoscope, and the IoT pivot, as we call it, which is our suite of IoT controls and sensors, as well as other retrofit technologies that we implement on site to maximize energy reductions. Now, I know you're all tuning in today because you're interested in what you can do to help the planet, but it's nice to make a few dollars along the way, isn't it? So let's talk about profit potential as well. And, what can you do in year one? What's possible? Could you reach $1 million more? Well, we'll analyze that. We're also going to interview a partner that just followed the program that we laid out in training and support, and he'll talk about his experiences and what he achieved as a result of doing that. And then what do you get if you become a Best.Energy partner? Do you just have access to our technologies as a licensed distributor in your territory, or is there something a bit more meaningful in terms of ongoing training and support? Well, we'll break down everything you get when you work with us. And what are we looking for in you? Currently, it appears there's 153 live today, and I've already seen countries such as the Philippines, India, and others mentioned. And I would suspect we've got every continent on the planet covered, and maybe 20, 30, 40 countries, maybe more, amongst you all. And I just want to say I appreciate some of you staying up late to tune in live with us today. And I know many of you will have had to get up early as well. So I hope you've got your coffee or supplies or whatever you need as we go through this agenda over the next few hours. That's roughly how long it should take, another 2.5 hours approximately before we get through all of this. And there will be a recording, just to let you know, so you can revisit information also. Now, just a couple of other things I've not covered. We're also going to announce a special offer to kick off 2023. We're going to walk around the customer site, a quick service restaurant, and we'll use 3D video camera technology so you can see what we've installed, what it's doing. And then finally, I'm going to stay on and do a Q&A with you. So please write down your questions in the Q&A tab as we go through the presentation so that I can seamlessly move into that at the end. And I will keep going until I've answered every question that you've raised. So don't wait till we get to the end of the content. Write your questions down as we go through. Hopefully, we'll cover off many of the things you're asking naturally as we go through today's session. But anything left over, I will answer. So I just want to assure you of that. So if you haven't used Zoom before, this is in presentation mode. So I'm not going to be talking to you individually throughout this presentation. If I did that, every time you put your hand up or posted a comment live, if I spent 1 minute just on each of you, well, that would be another 2.5 hours that we don't have. So hopefully you appreciate the format and just looking at those questions right at the conclusion. So if you're sitting comfortably, if you've got your coffee to hand, we will get started. So first of all, market potential. I think the video nicely captured the threat of climate change and how we're running out of time. But Sir David Attenborough also just backed that up. He said decision makers in the world, so we're thinking governments, politics, business, we're out of time. And we need to act now. The International Energy Agency say more than $2.3 trillion of annual investment is needed in this sector. And that figure's rising all the time. So we don't need it all. We're not greedy, but drops of rain fill the reservoir, and collectively we've got the market to have a great business there. I love this survey that Johnson Controls do because it highlights some of the motivators from businesses in terms of why they are willing to invest in energy. So you've got a list here, and you'll see greenhouse gas footprint reduction and energy cost savings right at the top. And of course, that makes sense, doesn't it? We've just come out of COVID. Energy costs are going up globally at faster rates than anyone's seen in history. So that puts pressure on businesses. As Troy said, there's only two ways to make money. You bring more sales, more revenue through the front door, or you reduce your costs going out the back door. So historically, I would describe what we do as a nice thing for a business to take action on. It wasn't something they saw as essential. So this business ticked along prior to COVID, but it's only really since COVID that things have triggered and accelerated. And of course, with international efforts to collectively achieve carbon net zero, there's more legislation being passed down to companies of a certain size, and that's starting to affect smaller and smaller businesses all the time, to the point that, for example, in New York next year, if you haven't started on this journey, then you could be paying penalties of over $300 per square foot. So can you see why businesses have no choice anymore? They have to take action. They've got to do this, what we're going to go through with you later. Other motivators, so we mentioned government legislation, attracting and retaining customers, attracting and retaining employees, investor reporting demands, PR and enhancing reputation, reducing maintenance issues and downtime. We get that a lot in the industrial sector. Just the knowledge of data, getting big data at a granular level to make the right decisions when it comes to managing and investing in buildings. So those business insights are starting to become widely accepted that we need this visibility. So a lot of reasons why businesses might choose to work with us. As Fatih Birol from the International Energy Agency says, we consider energy efficiency to be the first fuel. It represents the cleanest and in most cases cheapest way to meet our energy needs. And Troy shared some data, and we'll look at more later, that backs up what he says. We've just seen the most recent International Energy Efficiency Scorecard. This is released by the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. Is your country on the screen and highlighted? Well, it's even worse if your country's not on a screen and highlighted, but where I am in the UK, notice we're ranked number 2 in the world. Now this comes to policy, actions perhaps taken already. And I find it fascinating because we have a direct sales effort that we implemented last year, but I'm going to talk about, where we created a process to turn this business into something akin to a sales operation rather than a project-based business where you're going from project to project. And that's quite exciting if you've got a background running sales or managing a team of salespeople, because you can escalate the revenue that you're bringing into your business very, very quickly under a sales operation model. So we're going out direct, and although we're in the UK market, ranked 2 in the world, there isn't a single example I can give you where we've looked at a business and said, you're doing great, everything you need to do, you're doing, all the best, and moved on to our next customer. I cannot give you one instance of that. So there's a massive market before us, and this market's going to be here for the next 10, 20, 30 years as we see it. And of course, if you're ranked even further down the list, the opportunities become bigger and bigger. The US at number 10, we expect, of course, you guys to be taking the lead, but we're seeing a renewed focus on legislation, on investment in this sector that has been missing historically. So you can access this scorecard and the report that goes with it on the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy website if you're interested in getting more detail. So let's line that up with market sectors and continue that theme. Who should we target? Well, let me start off by telling you that every single building that uses power is a potential customer. So that means the market is vast. It's probably impossible for you to comprehend just how big the market is. We have got a partner, a Best.Energy partner, on an island just off the UK that has around 80,000 inhabitants. And he says he's got enough business just on that small island to keep him going for the next 10 years. Can you imagine? Sometimes I get told by some of you may even be thinking it now. They'll have a conversation with me and they'll say, yeah, but I need to be the only one in my country. And I almost laugh because it's clear they have no clue what the size of the market is. Every single building, just think about that for a moment. So when you're driving down the road or you're going for a walk and you see schools, colleges, universities, hospitals, police stations, fire stations, airports, train stations, bus stations, government buildings, office buildings, the industrial sector, and all the different types of manufacturing, supermarkets, hotels, convenience stores, restaurants, car dealerships, gas stations. Running out of breath. It is massive. And some of these opportunities, I can tell you one restaurant chain in the UK, of which there are hundreds of different brands in the UK, but just one of those brands in one sector is worth 20 million here in the UK. So, would you be happy with a business that size? So anyway, you're not going to walk straight into a deal worth 20 million, but where are you going to get the best use of your resources and the greatest return for your efforts when you're perhaps starting from a standing still point? Some of you might already be in the industry and you're tuning into this webinar because you're looking for a unique selling point and advantage in the market. Others of you are perhaps looking for a new division and you see that energy is topical. It's in the news every day that there's a massive opportunity here. And maybe some of you are at that crossroads, where you're thinking you want to leave the corporate world and you want to do something for yourself. Well, you need to think, where are you going to get the best return for your efforts? Not all customers are equal. Some will make decisions faster than others. And if cash flow is important to you, depending on, whether it's a new division or you're starting something brand new, we need to look at who's going to make a decision the fastest, who's going to turn into business more quickly. So cash flow and lead times, really important. What's the overall potential value of the deal? What's the complexity? What's your local market like for scalability? Where are your relationships? What's your background? Because if you've already got access to customers that know you and trust you, you're halfway there, and you should probably start with them. But just to help you, I'm going to show you a little grid that we put together, looking at different types of market sector. This is not an exhaustive list. This is just to illustrate something that you can do. And if you had a blank piece of paper now, I'd encourage you to just draw a line vertically through the middle of it and another one horizontally, and to write high value and low value as I have, and simple and complex as I have on this screen, because then we can group different market sectors in these boxes. So box 1 is low value and simple. So these might be small one-off deals. Maybe we're likely to be in front of any key decision makers easily from the first communication onwards. So we've got more control over the speed of the sale. Maybe these clients will move forward faster. So they're going to be good for cash flow, good for you getting local testimonial sites, case studies, and just you experiencing the process and establishing local credibility. Now I've put, convenience stores, fast food, or sometimes referred to as quick service restaurants, car dealerships, petrol forecourts or gas stations, as some of you might know them. These are maybe franchisees that have 1 or 2 sites, small deals. I could easily put manufacturers in there as well, that have small sites. And there could be energy bills that we're talking to here. Anything up to $500,000 perhaps could apply to this sector. And then, of course, we've got simple and high value, where I'm talking more about leveraging some of the markets you might have already worked with. So this could be now dealing with chains. So it could be convenience store chains, quick service restaurant chains, supermarkets, hotel chains. It could be just larger manufacturers that have multiple facilities. So we're starting to leverage the market sectors where we've done smaller deals. We're building increased revenues, recurring revenues, and we're starting to maybe be seen as a specialist within certain sectors. And then you can see we've got box 3, high value and complex. These are the heavy users, the largest sites. These are the kind of companies that might be spending over $1 million a month on their energy. And maybe you're not going to want to start on these sites because there's so much going on. Until you've got experience, you'd be forgiven for feeling in over your head going straight into massive sites like that. But there's lots of them out there, loads and loads. You know, we're talking large industrial, hospitals, airports, could be some big malls in there, government contracts, school districts. You know, you can earn really big fees here, but maybe you need some experience and advanced knowledge before going into those companies. So we usually encourage new partners to cut their teeth in boxes 1 and 2. Box 4, where we say, you know, don't focus here if you can help it, is usually because the bills are super low, or where it's just going to be challenging to create energy saving. So domestic customers and small offices for that reason. It's not that we can't do something necessarily, it's just it takes time, and what you can earn is massively reduced because their energy bills are very small compared to the other organizations we're talking to. Motors at 100% load is just me trying to illustrate, if a piece of equipment has to run at maximum capacity to do the job at hand, we're not going to get energy saving. So we need to understand where the opportunities are. Now for us, we've got 2 approaches in the market in the UK. We've got our sales operation and then large projects. The sales operation is where we have a process I'm going to outline to you in a very short while, where we can turn leads into deals within a few weeks when things go smoothly. So they're brilliant for cash flow. And these are the sectors where we've had the most success. So manufacturing, and in particular plastics and packaging companies within that sector, have been pretty easy to work with. Hotels, care homes, the educational sector, again, have proven to make decisions quite quickly. But just a note, I've put, do not be confused by the multi-site targeting. And we don't have our salespeople targeting multi-sites. We've got a projects-based team that will do a proof of value and then hopefully a rollout and work on those multi-million-dollar deals. If we got our salespeople to do that, they would be distracted using all of their time trying to close a massive deal, and they'd neglect the cash flow. And of course, we've seen that with our partners, and we don't want it to happen to you. So we'll encourage you to follow our process, and then as you build your team out, to focus on those bigger opportunities. And when it comes to them, these are just some of the brands we're working with. We've had a lot of success. I'm picking on quick service restaurants there, purely because if you look at the grid on the right, you can see that they use more energy per square foot than any other type of multi-site commercial building. So we particularly target them. Here's an example of some of the marketing collateral that we provide our partners to help them open up those type of opportunities. We've got plenty of videos like these, and I'll show you some more in this presentation, but just to give you a feel for it, check this out.
What do all multi-site restaurants in the world have in common? Small profit margins, in some cases less than 1%. Every year that gets worse. Energy costs are increasing, and that's not likely to change. Your equipment and your staff are wasting energy, but you don't know how or where. Unpredictable equipment failures can compound the problem by taking your big moneymakers offline when you need them most. And all the while, you're under pressure to go green. So how about a solution to all of these problems that could more than double your profit margin? a solution that introduces total energy visibility that uses cutting-edge IoT and AI technology to eradicate energy wastage, that harnesses real-time data to prevent equipment failures, that changes the wasteful behavior of your staff, and that helps you keep your promise to do your bit for the planet. We transform restaurants into smart, energy-efficient operations, and we deliver these results over estates of dozens or hundreds or thousands of locations. Restaurant operators all around the world are getting involved. And here's the best bit. We'll deliver it and we'll pay you for the privilege. Your energy savings up front. How big could your payday be? Join the movement today.
So what did you think? Hopefully you liked that. I'm going to talk about a left field market sector now just for a couple of minutes, because when it comes to building the business, we've really talked over the last 5 minutes about direct end users. But left field, there are synergistic partnerships that we can establish with other companies that can open up opportunities perhaps a bit more quickly than we could if we're doing it on our own. And in particular, we've got a number of partners now who have achieved success tying in with facility management companies. And there's a reason for that. But rather than me explain it, I'm going to let the Chief Operating Officer for the second largest facility management company in Northern Europe, in Scandinavia, explain why that's you should think about targeting companies like theirs in your own markets. And he recorded this video for us at a international partner conference we held just before COVID kicked off. So let's pay attention to what he has to say, please.
Hi, all you Super Best partners. My name is Thomas Fogh. I work at Core Service Management, where I'm the Business Unit President for Facility Management Services. I hope that you're all doing well at the International Best Partner Conference in London and are enjoying the day so far. Some years ago, we decided to introduce Core Smart Solutions as an add-on to our more traditional facility management services. With Smart Solutions, we are bringing innovation and cutting-edge technology to our clients, for example, in the fields of space management, indoor climate, QR codes for inventory and drone surveillance of property, to name just a few. Energy management as a service delivery has become one of Core's top strategic focus areas, and obvious next step for us was to look at how to add leading energy management technology to our portfolio of smart offerings. After substantial market research and a number of test pilots, we found that the Eniscope system was quite unique in the market. Particular features that caught our eye were how cost efficient it is, how flexible the metering points are with the clip-on transformers, and how user-friendly the interface is. And last but not least, access to real-time data was also crucial for us. But even a great system does not do the job on its own. In very close cooperation with IQ Energy Nordic, we have seen compelling results from Eniscope, both in terms of significant energy savings for our clients, and at the same time, how much easier the workflow in the daily facility management operation has been for our own organization. My experience from our first year with Eniscope and the strategic partnership with IQ Energy Nordic is that we have really enhanced our value proposition to our clients. Actually, we have been winning new contracts ahead of our closest competitors because of Core Smart Energy powered by Eniscope. So far, our clients of of ours like Velux, Novozymes, Scandinavian Airlines, SAS, have already benefited from our cooperation with IQ Energy Nordic, and we expect to expand the cooperation much further over the coming years. I can therefore highly recommend that you, in your own local market, consider partnering up with FM facility management companies like Core. It truly is a win-win situation. I wish you all a beneficial conference over the next days in London and a successful 2019.
So just to reference a couple of things, on there before we talk about the next subject, which is lead generation. I'm going to come out of the main presentation just for a moment whilst we do that. But some of the things I just wanted to highlight are, so he's talking directly from the perspective of facility management companies in your territory as well. And they were looking for a unique selling advantage in this case. And that's partly because they noticed customers were, sorry, I'm just getting distracted by something on my screen there. That's because they noticed customers were asking them for help when it comes to energy, but that's not what they do. That's not their background. Their background is FM. But their logic was, well, if our customers are asking this, then our competitors' customers are probably doing that as well. And we could just say, well, that's not what we do, sort it out yourself. Or we could look at it as an opportunity, or it could be a threat. So what if one of our competitors thinks, I'm going to do this? Then we could lose our existing customers. So they decided to make it a standard component of all of their new contracts and something they could upsell. They did some test projects together with our local partner. So they mentioned Novozymes, Velux Windows, Scandinavian Airlines, and they've done projects since with the Danish police, Saab, to name a couple more. So from our partner's perspective, they may never have got through the front door of Saab. They may never have made it to appointment. But by partnering with the FM, they effectively just got introduced and walked through the door the next day. And it's also like having an outsourced team of salespeople doing deals for you and placing orders with you on an ongoing basis throughout the year and every year. So hopefully you can see there's a real value in setting up a strategic relationship like that. But it's not something for you to do on day one, because realistically, you need to have got some local success and be able to reference that when you start to build that kind of opportunity. But I want it to be on your agenda. So my colleague, Simon Jennings, couldn't quite join us live. So thankfully, I've got a recording of the previous time. He talked about how we can help you with the very important start of a business, which is lead generation. So nothing else can happen if you work with us until you've got leads, because that's where your appointments come from. So how do we work with you on this subject and in helping you get the business established? I'm going to pass over to Simon now to talk you through that.
Excellent intro, Tim. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, it's my pleasure to be with you guys. Good to see so many with us from all across the globe, and good to see such great interest in energy efficiency, as always. For my segment here, time is always too short because there's lots to cover. But what I really want to do in covering the lead generation aspect of our business is, I guess, provide some reassurance to all of you, whether or not you're from a marketing background, that this is an area we have pretty strongly covered, I would say. And Tim, if you're still there, if you stop sharing, I'll start sharing. I'll walk you guys through a few different aspects of lead generation, and I'll give you an insight into how that's going to fit together for you, what sort of journey you're going to go on, and critically, I guess, at the end, what that might look like in terms of results. Excuse me. So the first thing to say is every new partner that joins, everyone who joins the network has a very serious advantage, which is that you are the latest partner in a thriving network. So there are already over 100 active partners around the world who are further ahead of you in the journey. And because we sit here, myself and my department and all of our senior leadership team, we sit here centrally, we can absorb all of the decision-making that all those partners have done. So all the good decisions they make, all the bad decisions they make, all of it comes here into the center. And that means that for every new partner that joins the network, we can tell you exactly what to do next at any stage. There are all these partners ahead of you. They have made the decisions that you'll have to make, so you can get all the insight of that decision-making. And therefore, because we've done this so many times and because we have many successful partners, we can lay out for you a phased approach to the next sort of 6 or 9 months, which are going to be the most crucial from a marketing point of view. It tends to be that after sort of 6 or 9 months, you're very well established. There'll be a lot of momentum around you, word of mouth, that kind of thing. And actually, you're, in a strange sort of way, your proactive marketing efforts can start to decrease a little bit. But in the first 6 to 9 months, marketing is absolutely crucial. And it's really important for you, I think, to have a good feel for how that looks, what sort of stages you might go through, and crucially, what is on hand from us here at Best.Energy to make sure that these are a success, even if, as I say, you're not from a marketing background, because many of our partners maybe have a sales background or a technical background. We have energy managers and project managers and all sorts of different people. And those skills are really important at different parts in the process as a Best.Energy partner. So if marketing is not your skill set, then it's our job, and my job particularly, to make sure that we fill that gap. And as a result, and you can see on the slide that the statement at the bottom is very key, in that we are with you every step of the way. And we have to be, because our success is tied to your success. We have to make sure that any gaps in your skill set at the moment are filled to make sure that you can get through these first few months. So what does that look like? And as I say, this is pretty consistent. The first phase is going to be around identity. It's going to be around building a brand and a website and all these sort of things that are going to build for you a perception with clients that you're a competent, effective operator in our space, even if it's your first day. And that is the beauty of very strong marketing, very strong branding. So that's what we'll seek to do with you in identity in the first phase. In the second phase, with consolidation, then we're looking to start bring on our first projects. So you're looking at 5, 6, 7 projects in carefully targeted sectors, like Tim was talking about earlier, to start getting some experience for yourself, for your team, the people you'll work with. That's going to be a really key phase. And from a marketing point of view, there are key strategies that we'll use at that point that have the very important characteristics that they are cheap. You're going to spend very, very little money in this phase, but effective. So there's a little bit of elbow grease need, a little bit of effort required, but very, very little money. And that's key because you're in a pre-revenue stage at this point. You haven't had your first projects, so you don't want to spend much money to get them. And there are very good strategies that I'll talk you through and that are covered in our training programs that will help you get those first few projects. And then once you have them and your consolidation phase is done, you'll then move into the acceleration phase, which is perhaps the most exciting, maybe what you're here for. That's when you start to get the larger projects, the higher energy spends, the whole estate rollouts, with projects with up to 600 sites in them. That's where the big money is. And that's what the acceleration phase is all about. So at that point, you might look to adapt your marketing strategy. You might look to spend a bit more money. You might look at advertising. You might look at PR. Lots of different strategies, again, which I can talk you through and that are more specific for that acceleration stage. So you can imagine every partner goes through these. Different partners will take different amounts of time. So if you're already in the industry, you're already maybe running an energy efficiency company, these phases could be very fast for you. If you're starting from scratch, if this is a new venture for you, then they can take a little bit more time. But what I'm going to cover in the rest of the session is exactly what is available to you to make sure that you will get through these sections, these stages effectively, and get into the next bit, which of course is delivering projects and all the exciting things that come with that. So the first element of that is the documentation. And one of the very first things that you'll see when you become a partner is you'll get a welcome email from our CEO, and that welcome email will have some login details. And those login details will take you to a portal, what we call the support portal. And part of that portal is a big library, really big library, lots of documents, case studies, presentation templates, brochures, everything you could possibly need, basically, to run the business has been prepared for you so that you can just download it and use it straight away. That's very valuable because there's a huge amount of information in there, and all of it has been road tested, if you like. It's all been used successfully in the projects that we have around the world, the ones that you see in case studies, see in our videos and so on. They used this documentation to successfully win that contract and deliver on it. So this is very, very valuable documentation, and it comes Best.Energy branded, so it looks good, but you can rebrand it, you can translate it for your market if that's appropriate for your region. And you can adapt it to your needs, basically. All the artwork is included. There's no cost to this. You can take those documents and adapt them. And you can see just a few of the screenshots on the right-hand side of the slide, just give you a feel for what that might look like when you've adapted the documentation to your own brand. You can see the energy cutting version top right there, for example. That's a data sheet, and it's in the green of Energy Cutting, who's a partner of ours in America, with their logo and so on. So very good looking document, which you're getting on day one. So you look professional, look well established, but it's your brand at the forefront of it. So that's one thing. Now, the second thing is certain things we can't pre-prepare. There's certain things that we have to sort of coach you through and give you the resources for, but are ultimately up to you to deliver on. And a really good example of this is outreach and lead generation. And there are certain strategies that I can talk you through, and certainly I'll train you on them, but which we also create guides for. And on the same portal that I just mentioned, you'll find guides like the one pictured on the right-hand side here, which is specifically for the food and beverage sector, so restaurants, quick service restaurants, that kind of thing. And the guide takes you through, step by step, exactly how to use LinkedIn to generate leads in that sector. It gives you every message you need to send. It gives you all the targeting you need to use, all the tools you'll need to use. Every single element of that strategy is laid out. So again, going back to backgrounds of our partners, if you're not a marketing expert, no problem at all, because a marketing expert has specifically written a guide for you that you can follow verbatim, if you like, exactly as it's laid out. Just copy and paste what's in there, and that will be successful. It's tried and tested around the world. So lots of different guides, not just this F&B one, but different guides for different sectors and different techniques, not just LinkedIn, but email and telesales and all sorts of different things, all covered very thoroughly in guide form for you. But it doesn't end there, because when you get into that acceleration stage, and I talked earlier about things like advertising and PR and things, you're going to start to want to evolve your strategy. And again, you're going to need some guidance and maybe some resources and templates at that stage. So what I pictured here at the bottom left here, you've got an advertising template we provide. So the video you saw earlier for the food and beverage sector, we have a similar one for the convenience store sector as well. And there are adverts already prepared to generate leads for you, which you can just take, replicate, and run in your territory. And that, again, will generate leads for you. So no expertise required, really. All the expertise has been already provided by us centrally, and all you're doing is implementing in your territory, which you'll find, of course, very easy. And then as a last element to this, there are certain elements that have to be bespoke, and for which you'll essentially need agency support, if you like. And the website is a really good example of this. You'll need a good website. It needs to load fast. It needs to look good. It needs to say all the right things. And crucially, that's quite a hard thing to do, and maybe quite daunting for you as a new partner when you've just joined, because you won't yet be familiar with the material. You won't be familiar with the products and the solutions and how to sell it and all that kind of thing. You'll still be quite early in your journey. So how do you create a really good website that says all the right things when you don't necessarily know the right things to say? Well, that's where we come in. So I have a department here working behind me, not here specifically, this is at home, but within my department across the company, with graphic designers and web developers and all sorts of different skills that work specifically for partners around the world. And websites are a very common element of that. And we have a particular partner-themed website, if you like, that we've already prepared for partners that can be adapted for your use. So we can change all the imagery, the videos, the text, and translated, all these different things, so that from the theme, which is where it starts, to your end product, your website, it will look different, it will look bespoke to you. But crucially, it's already been written with the right information, the right products, the right case studies, the right videos, all these sorts of things that you're going to want already done for you. And again, a really good example of us leveraging our expertise to make sure that your first few months and your entry into the market is successful. And that hopefully is going to be really valuable for you. And you can see in the screenshot on the right-hand side of the slide, that's what that website looks like. Again, energy cutting featured there. You saw them earlier. This is all part of their continuity of brand across their documents and their LinkedIn and their website. It all fits together, and all of that has been delivered by myself and my team. So we exist here to work for you, to make sure you're successful and to deliver all those different elements of it. And the last thing I wanted to leave you with, and this is perhaps something that Tim will touch on later, is it's worth you knowing that in the UK, we also have a direct operation, and it's a really good testing ground for us for new strategies, things that we think might benefit you. We can trial them here. And it's something that we picked up from some of our clients, actually. Some of the very big food and beverage brands, for example, will own themselves certain restaurants in certain key locations so that they can test new products, new foods, all that kind of thing, and then roll them out to all the rest. So even the big franchise operations very often have their own, what they call equity sites, which they own, as well as 95% of their sites being franchise owned. And that's very useful. So we took inspiration for that, and we now have our own UK direct operation. And from the lead generation point of view, which I handle myself, this screenshot here should give you a little feel for what is obtainable using the advice that I'm going to give you. So in July, you can see here, we generated 57 new hot leads. And I can tell you we did 33 new first appointments from those leads. So 33 new clients presented to for the first time, and you can work the maths yourself. If you are fairly confident in the sales process, how many of those clients do you think you would close if you had 33 meetings using the products and the solutions we have, the excitement around energy, the incredible context of energy price rises, in some cases up to 500% we've seen here in the UK, catastrophic price rises for which we have the solution. So how many of those 33 meetings do you think you could close? Well, we shall see. But it's a very, very large number to go at. And that is all coming from the lead generation tactics and strategies that we'll talk you through. So that's been a very quick assessment. There's much to discuss, of course. There's lots to be trained on and lots of detail around lead generation and marketing. But hopefully, for today's session at least, what I've done is provide some reassurance, if you like, that whatever your background, whether you're new to this industry or not, whether you're new to marketing or not, there is a huge wealth of different assets and resources and training available to you to make sure that you're successful and get you through to wherever your skills will be the most useful.
So thank you, Simon. And I hope you found that useful in terms of thinking, well, you're not on your own when you start this business. You've got a team of people that are there working with you and supporting you as you get up and running. Now, excuse me a moment, because it appears I've inadvertently not quite opened my presentation up as I meant to. So let's try that again. Okay. So here we have it. Right, so I'm just going to share my screen with you again now. Okay. So hopefully you can see my screen again. So we'll come away from lead generation. And at the beginning, you've got a lot of learning and training that you have to go through, but it all starts with lead generation. That's the key to the business in the early days. And we're going to dive a little bit more into that detail a bit later on. But before then, I want to talk about the Best.Energy partnership and what you actually get when you become a Best.Energy partner. And already, hopefully, you're getting an idea. It's something a bit more meaningful than just having access to a range of technologies that we only sell through our partner network. There's much more to it, right from marketing support onward. But let's break it down. So we've got two partnership options. That's the first thing to mention. We've got a full partnership and a deferred partnership. This is the package for the full partnership option. So first of all, as I've just said, we only sell through our Best.Energy partner network outside of our direct efforts here in the UK. And that means if someone just wants to order some products, they can't just pick up the phone and place an order with us. We have to redirect them through a partner. So it's important to make sure you're aware of that. Now, we have a pricing structure in place that I'll talk you through later, but fundamentally, you start off at what we call blue tier pricing. And then as you place orders that accumulate over time, you go up to bronze, then silver, gold, and platinum. And as you reach each new tier, you pay less and less for the products that you order. There is a hardware package that you receive, which effectively gives you samples of all of our core products that you can install in a testimonial site somewhere near you that you can use as a showcase. Or it could even be your first customer. The proof of concept promo package is something that I love because it's a little bit of a tester as to how committed a new partner is to the business. Because if a new partner, after completing training in month 1, makes 5 sales in the next 6 months, we don't care what size the sale is, you just have to have sold for more than you purchased the products for. We will reward you by refunding your license fee in the form of endoscopes and accessories at recommended selling prices. So effectively, you'll get a return on investment on your initial license fee when you've made 5 sales. So that ought to be one of your first targets when beginning the business. There is a second promotion, which is a 12-month promotion now, not a 6-month promotion. And that is a full refund of your initial investment if you order a minimum of $150,000 of equipment in your first 12 months. How does that work? Well, we will simply put the value of your license fee on your online store account balance that you can draw down on any mix of products or services or software, hardware at silver tier level pricing. So that's a 6-month incentive and a 12-month incentive. If you achieve both of those things, it's a little like we invested in you in order to come into this business. Now, that's how it would be at 12 months at least. But of course, when we start out, we already know the market's there. The products are well established and proven at this point. If you haven't seen the case studies yet, we'll be talking and showing more things later on. The only unknown is you. And what we don't know as a new partner is, are you going to follow the training program? Are you going to be distracted? Are you going to be driving the business every day or trying to do it here and there? So that's an unknown. And if you follow the pattern and you work toward these incentives, then like I say, the rewards are fantastic for year 1. That's before we look at the sales you make. Now, what about training? Well, we use a learning management system to train you. And that's a separate website that you can log into. And whether you're a salesperson, a marketing person, a technical person that's going to do the installations, or whether it's you wanting to learn about every aspect of the business as a partner, we've got the training content already embedded in the website. So this is product orientation, sales presenting, lead generation, installation of the different products, videos, presentations, exams, all designed to ensure a minimum level of competence. And because it's all embedded, you can do it in your own time zone. When you're in a place where you can concentrate, you can pause and rewind if you need to go over something again to make sure you've understood it. So it's a really great way to do training. Now, once a month, we have a kickoff training session, and then you can go through it at your own pace. Now, that's for you and for your team members as you grow the business. On top of that, we have Training Academy. Now, this is a weekly 1-hour training session on a Wednesday that is designed to keep you sharp, remind you of anything new we're bringing into the business. Could be new sales collateral materials, could be a new technology. It could be reminding you of best practice, reviewing new case studies, a lot of different things to ensure your success. They're recorded, and we've got a library of over 100 training academy sessions so far, but that's for you and your team to keep you sharp. So we invest heavily in training. So we encourage you to participate and be part of those sessions. But if you can't join live, you can always watch the recording as well. And then in terms of support, because training and support go very closely together, we've got commercial and technical. The commercial is typically with Simon and his team when it comes to marketing and lead generation. If you need that service at the beginning, or the creating of a brand, your website, making sure you look professional and credible. Sales-wise, our regional sales managers are there to join you on your appointments, to help you with sales strategy, overcoming objections, and to really grow that business. So how can we join you on appointments? Well, the world's changed, and we've changed in terms of how we present to customers. And most of our appointments with customers take place on Zoom now. So we can more easily join you on Zoom, but we currently have regional sales managers in America, in Latin America, in UK, looking after Europe and that central time zone, Africa, Middle East, and also in Southeast Asia as well. We've also got technical support in America, in UK, and in Southeast Asia as well. So again, covering all the time zones. The partner portal and support desk is a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year website. Everything we've got on the business that we're allowed to share is on there. So all the different presentations we've got, contracts, installation videos, screencasts, everything is at your fingertips for you and your team members. There's also an intelligent search function. So if you're looking for something particular, you can log in and you can find it without having to search too hard, just using that intelligent search function. And then if you need support on something specific and you can't find the answers at your fingertips, of course you can call us. But there's also a ticket function. It's like an internal email through that portal, and it allows you to request different types of support, whether it's to do with orders you've placed and logistics or installation or whatever it might be. We've got a team of people that look at those tickets when they come in, and they'll either call you or email back, request more information, depending on the nature of your request. And that's a really good way of operating, because rather than you relying on a single point of contact, who could be on vacation or busy or not very well, you don't then get a delay in terms of the speed at which we're able to communicate back to you. So it's very responsive as a result of that. Then there's also a marketing pack when it comes to you're starting the business. Like I say, you've got presentations, case studies, product brochures, and a themed website. Again, designed to make sure you look professional and credible. Any customers would have no idea that you're maybe even brand new to this sector looking at your website, because it's going to look the business. There's also an app that you get that allows you to do surveys with customers on their sites. You can have it on your laptop, your tablet, your mobile phone, and it synchronizes with the cloud. So it allows us to provide better support if you need it. You can take photos with it, write down information, but very comprehensive. Client opportunity registration. It's a very old-fashioned way of looking at the world these days, to think that, territory is confined to an area of land. Business is, we're like a global village these days. I've seen deals close in the UK that had to be closed in America. And that's happened in other countries as well. And it's funny how it goes. And it could be you're looking to do a deal nearer to where you live, but it might take you to another part of the country or even somewhere else. Well, like I say, it is very much like a global village these days. We use deal protection, or client opportunity registration and protection. So when you register your opportunities, we'll support you, we'll back you up. We do not have competition between our partners for clients because the market's massive, so there's no excuse for it. And we don't run this business like Starbucks with a partner on every village corner. We'd rather cover the market with as few as possible. So client opportunity registration is a great way of doing business. Solution design and virtual energy manager services. This is just our way of saying we're going to hold your hand much more closely on your first couple of deals. So don't worry if you haven't done something before, we're going to walk you through it. So that includes working out what you're going to install on a customer site and also maximizing energy saving potential from that site. There's co-branding, so you'll be able to add your brands to the presentations, merchandise if you're doing any events or trade shows, or you want to give gifts to customers as a thank you. All of that really just touches the surface of what you're getting with that license fee. So a little bit like a business in a box, but it's not a franchise, not in the typical sense. It's more of a business opportunity in that although we've created everything and you can run with it, we don't tie your hands behind your back. If you want to tweak the contracts or you want to do a slightly different deal for a customer because you think they're going to give you more referrals or they're going to be a testimonial, we want you to use your entrepreneurial prowess, your perceptive powers, because we think that's a big strength that you bring to the table, and we don't want to limit that. So it's not a franchise where you dictated to, and it's like a glorified form of employment. This is your business. So important to mention that. With the deferred option, it's similar, but there's a few important changes. Particularly, you don't get the website, the proof of concept promo, and the full refund. Those options aren't available, but you have a reduced initial fee that goes with it. So it's $25,950, followed by ongoing monthly payments. So hopefully that gives you more of a flavor for how you can start the business and the support you'll get along the way. Now, for anyone attending a discovery seminar for the first time, we reward decisiveness. We link it very closely to success when we look at our top performing partners. When they get all the information they need to make a decision, they're capable of making that decision. Those that unfortunately aren't in the place to proceed in a timely fashion, or are looking at this in the second half of the year or hum and ha about it, well, you won't be able to benefit from this offer if you're in that situation. But for those of you that are looking to get started, perhaps with training in February and want to start speaking to customers in March, training in March, and you want to start speaking to customers in April, this offer would fit that timeline that you are looking at, just to give you an idea. Now, it's very useful for me because when you've got 140 plus on live, 141 right now, still on live, who do you speak to? I can't speak to 141 people. And the reality is we usually will use webinars and automations to reduce the level of interest. Filters, like the license fee is a great filter, as an example. Hopefully I'll only talk to normally around 20 on a one-to-one basis by the time we're getting serious. And my colleague Seb Aldworth will have interviewed you to make sure there's potential before he books an appointment with me. So my colleague Seb, who's on the line now. So this offer here, it's designed to help make sure I'm spending my time with the right people, those who are in a more serious place to start the business at this point. It's not to say I don't appreciate the interest of everyone, because I do, but I've naturally got to focus on, who's in a place where they can actually do it, rather than those who, it's a nice thought to be able to do it, but they aren't sure if they can or when they can. So this offer works both ways. It's good for you, and it's good for me. So what is the offer? Well, any new application and 20% deposit that goes along with it that comes in by Friday, the 10th of February, will result in new partners starting at silver tier level and bronze tier level. And let me put a bit more detail on that. What are you going to receive? Well, instead of starting at blue tier, it basically means you're going to pay a lot less for your products. In fact, hundreds of dollars less for some individual products, and maybe it could result in thousands of dollars less for an overall order. So it's a big advantage to be able to start at silver or bronze. And when we're speaking on a one-to-one, you'll be able to see that price list and see that detailed out. In addition to that, you can see we're doing something else that I was trying or planning to do as an end of year offer, but I didn't quite get the support materials out in time. So we're doing it for January. So what is that offer? Well, it's $49,950 in terms of the overall value of the package, and a guarantee in terms of pipeline business you'll be able to generate by following our processes. Now, we'll be working very closely with you on that, and depending on your market, then we'll be able to effectively duplicate what we've done with our sales team here in the UK. And just to give you an idea, using a single salesperson who's been achieving a closing ratio of over 40%, he has achieved over $1 million of sales in less than 6 months and approximately a $5 million pipeline. So a $1 million pipeline's not as much as that, but from speaking to many partners who are starting from a standing point, the idea of achieving $1 million is obviously something that would make them more than happy for year one, when they know year one is about learning, developing the business, and getting the knowledge and skills, etc. There's also an acceleration package included that means you'll have research leads that you can set appointments up with. A license fee reallocation means that the total value of the initial investment is $49,950. So a mix of products, services, and support content. It's built to add up to that entire value, which is not normally the case. So if you're interested in that, we're going to send a copy of the special offer out along with the terms and conditions that go with it, with the recording of this webinar. Now, what do you have to do specifically? Because we've said new applications and deposit by Friday, the 10th of February. Well, there's 3 different steps. The first step is by the end of this month, so the 31st of January, a 5% refundable deposit is required to lock in the special offer. So in other words, if you put a 5% deposit down, we kind of know you're looking at it seriously. Now, that gives us a couple of weeks leading up to the 10th for us to make sure we've addressed any unanswered questions or provided any clarifications that you need within that time frame. And depending on those responses we give you, you'll either be excited to move forward to your application, or you'll ask for your 5% to be refunded, and we will do that with immediate effect. So in other words, there's nothing to lose if you're serious by making that 5% refundable deposit. If you know you're not ready, you're not going to be ready to start the business by April, then of course that's a different scenario. By the 10th, you'll either be getting that 5% back, or you'll be, and that means we'll have found a deal breaker and we're not going to work together, or you'll be excited to start the business, and so you will complete your application. There'll be an additional 15% deposit that goes with it, because I have to present an application to the board of directors, who will take up to 5 working days to make a decision. And again, assuming it goes well, then you'll get a letter confirming that all is good. And then you'll have another 5 working days, which will take us to the 24th of February to pay the balance of the deferred or the full amount. So if we cannot approve your application, then you'll be told the reasons why, and your 20% deposit refunded. And we'll talk more about that application process a bit later. So that's a special offer. If you're attending the Discovery Seminar for the first time, that is better than any special offer that we've done historically, and a great way to start the year. So let's go back. Now we've talked about the package you get when you start the business, to looking at the business model, or your sales model and approach in the market. Now, we would describe your options as being crawl, walk, run, fly. What do I mean by that? Well, there's different drivers that we've already talked about in terms of why a company will take action to work with you and give you business. And they fall into these categories: energy monitoring, crawl, which works very closely with the walk phase, energy saving. And then there are smart buildings and IoT implementations, which we describe as run. And then energy efficiency as a service, which are shared saving contracts reserved for large-scale multi-site rollouts and big government contracts, sometimes also described as prepaid saving contracts, where we can pay a client a portion of the savings upfront from the get-go using third-party funders. Now, it's a lot more complex, that kind of deal, because of the level of reporting that goes alongside it and the value of the deals involved, because the funders we use, they're looking for those deal values to be in excess of $10 million to provide the project finance required for those type of deals. Being realistic, you're not likely to be looking at those deals in year one. And naturally, you can probably guess, but because we've described it as crawl, walk, run, fly, you're going to naturally start here and then work your way forward. And the crawl and walk stages go very closely together, as you're going to go on to see. So what does that look like? Well, here's a flow diagram of the process. So there's lots of ways you can generate leads, and you don't have to just use the methods that we have referenced here. But in the UK, those statistics that Simon provided, he was talking about July. That was a recorded webinar, recorded section that he's done. But we've carried on using and getting great joy from LinkedIn, email lists, and using the telephone and getting referrals, which is not listed there. That's been predominantly how we've done our business. And I can tell you that Simon, to create $5 million of pipeline, has not been spending tens of thousands of dollars every month. He's been spending hundreds of dollars every month, which is incredible. It's staggering. And it's partly because we've figured out the messaging and the communications, and just trial and error what works best. But normally you would think 5 to 10% of your revenue is what you need to spend on marketing. So if you want to do $1 million in year one, you'd ordinarily be thinking, I probably need to spend between $50,000 and $100,000, and you don't spend it at the end of the year, right? You have to spend it every month. And if you can't afford to do that, well, you have to rethink your financial goals for the year. So not so with this business. There's some very clever ways of generating leads that cost little. And, we share them with you in training, and you can use us, you can do it yourself. Of course, you've then got to make the appointment. And even there, we've got scripts to use on the telephone. You don't have to work any of these things out for yourself. Communications that you send in writing, from the very first communication a client gets, the messaging is designed to follow this process to make it more likely a customer will end up making a sale. If you're trying to get into specifics with customers now, I encourage you not to, because you will likely be ruining the process in advance, because it's very specific what we put in writing, and then the presentation that gets delivered afterwards. So, of course, do your due diligence in the market, make sure customers are interested in reducing their costs and reducing their carbon and things like this. But when it comes into specifics, we deliberately put you through training before you're ready to speak to customers. The the regional sales managers who are there to join you in appointments will not be doing that until you have gone through an onboarding process, which takes 30 days. If you get through it faster, great, but we think realistically it's going to take you 30 days. So anyway, going back to this process, of course, after the appointment, you then will do an initial presentation, and I'm going to talk through a presentation in just a moment. In that same meeting, you will do a gap analysis, which is where we're getting information from the client that will help us to put a proposal together, including an energy waste figure. Now, we will deliver that proposal live with the customer in a meeting, and at the same time, we can hopefully move to contract and start to talk through that with the customer if they're happy to move forward. That contract is electronic and can be signed off without the client printing, and it's all subject to survey. So in other words, assuming the customer has given us all the correct information, then everything should be seamless. But if we go to site, because we haven't been to their customer site at this point, we'll have done the meetings over Zoom. If we go to site and the situation's different to what they have said, and it could be we need less equipment or more equipment, then that contract might be adjusted slightly to go with that. Then we'll do a handover. Effectively, the installation will take place, or someone that's managing the client, so the salesperson could go back to doing their appointments, and the service will kick in for customers that have requested service, where we will analyze the data to maximize the energy saving on those sites. You can use us for that, or you can do that yourself over time. Now, I have to tell you that historically, our approaches in the market have been to really just understand how the clients are feeling, what their priorities are, help us with research and development, producing more collateral materials. But last year, we came up with an idea that we were told would never work. And that is taking the whole sales process online on Zoom. And you don't have to do this on Zoom, of course. You could go and see customers if you so wish. But by doing it on Zoom, we're able to establish the commitment of the client and how serious they are, instead of sending a salesperson all over the country and maybe traveling for hours, coming back and the appointment didn't even happen for whatever reason. So we were able to do a lot more appointments and start to turn it into a sales process more than something where you're going from one project to another. And so that's what Simon was talking about in those numbers. Now, we've tested that out. We launched it to our partners in December as a new way of doing business, and we're already getting success in the market and hearing feedback from partners who are taking their clients through this. Now, keep in mind, we launched this in the second week in December at our International Partner Conference. So to already, with Christmas and New Year in between, be hearing some results back is really exciting to see. So speaking of a partner that has followed the training process in terms of crawl, walk, run, fly, I want to play an example now of Thomas Kwiatkowski being interviewed by our sales director, really talking about his startup in the business in the first 6 months. And I think that's what's most relevant to you. What does that look like when you're working with us for the first 6 months? How did Thomas establish a platform that he's built success upon? He just won an award at our International Partner Conference in December for Best New Partner. So, maybe some of you could be up for that award at the end of 2023, but he's managed to break through with McDonald's. In fact, by the time he's finished his latest installations, he'll have done 40 McDonald's. And then there's all the other independent companies he's done. He's working with stadiums, printing companies, a real mixture of clients in that first year, just over a year now. So really amazing. But you're going to find out now, if I play the video, as to how did he start and how did he set things up in order to be successful. Check it out.
Okay,
Thomas, thank you very much for joining us. I know you're very busy, so I appreciate you taking time out to answer a few questions for us. And thank you. So we won't waste any time. We'll get straight into it. Perhaps you could just give us a little introduction to you, who you are, when you started as a partner, and perhaps it'd be good just to let everybody know what you were doing before you came on board with Best.Energy.
Okay, so my name is Tomasz Kwiatkowski. I started as a Best.Energy partner in April. Had my training in May, and before I was running on my own business as actually print house. So we were printing packaging and we were printing greeting cards. So totally different business. And this was kind of new to me. Yeah.
So that's it. So you obviously got experience as an entrepreneur before, but different industry.
Totally different.
Yeah. So how are you finding it? I mean, overall, you made that switch. You joined Best.Energy. You're in a completely new sector. How are you feeling about it?
Well, to be honest with you, that's the best thing which could have happened to me business-wise. That's my personal, not to be a kind of a sweetie to you guys, but I mean, energy efficiency and new solutions just perfect marriage. I always like to sell, but selling commodities is quite difficult. But when in this business, it's totally different. We offer people savings, we offer them good return rates, and it's kind of a unique solution which I have not come across in this country, being such a I would say well prepared in terms of the solutions, marketing, support, and everything.
Yeah. So you're 6 months into it, roughly speaking. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. And you said to me the other day, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you said you're loving it. Was that a fair comment? Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, it's a perfect combination. That's true. I mean, I love the numbers. I kind of fall in love in analytics, which is an analytic platform of the system. Yeah. When I work on projects and I can, play with the numbers, see what we can. What kind of savings we can generate, what will be the potential ROI on them. That's kind of, I spent quite a lot of time on it, to be honest with you, playing with it. And really loving it.
Great. Well, I can tell. And I've been working with you now for obviously since you began, and I've seen that. And to that point about analytics, and you mentioned you've gotten used to it. How have you been able to do that, considering you've not got a background in the industry? So is it just time? You just spent time sort of using it, playing with it kind of thing, building up experience? Is that what you put that down to, or anything else?
It's time and common sense. I presume it's. I always, like to help people, and then in the area of energy efficiency, you can really help people. So whenever I find some, find some good opportunities to save the energy and save money at the same time, one thing is kind of exciting because you show somebody he can save the money, and secondly, you're helping yourself because you kind of get something from it. So but I dived into it, and I'm spending hours. I was asking questions on the spot desk, and and it came across naturally, really, when you kind of spend so much time on it.
Well, there you go. So I think takeaway from that is dive into it, and I think that generally applies to anything in business, doesn't it? If you sit and wait for someone to kind of do it for you, it takes, it never happens. You just got to dive in. And as kind of evidence of that, do you want to share with us, or can you share with us some examples of the kind of savings you've been able to generate and for some clients so far? Do you want to pick out maybe one or two highlights from that?
Yeah, so so far I've got commissioned 6 sites, I think. And 2 of them, I think, 2 more there are still under monitoring, so we're gathering data. So my biggest saving was 71%. That was recently. It was on the city of Stadium of Gdynia. We managed to control the scale of the ventilation systems, and that kind of led to this impressive savings. That was the biggest one. And that obviously leads us further with this, with the city of Gdynia to further work for them. They're really happy about this. And second, nice result is 17%. It's one of the grocery stores which we did. It was actually second site that we did officially. And we came across with really nice result, 17%. The owner was actually quite impressed, and that led to another potential. I mean, we just today literally received a purchase order for second site. So it grows slowly, but I prefer to stable growth rather than just rapid actions.
Yeah. So those are some big numbers. Considering you didn't have a background in the industry, you've been able to dive into the deep end, get the hang of the analytics, and you delivered one site 70% saving on a particular. That was air handling system, was it, on the stadium?
Yeah, ventilation system. Yeah.
Ventilation, and then a grocery store. Sorry, go on.
Then we have McDonald's on the first site. We have small savings, about 3 to 4%. But I did it I would say it wasn't purely a project which we kind of went as energy efficiency. We wanted to test McDonald's as a McDonald's. Yeah, so I invested in this a little bit. So I had an arrangement with the owner. I can do basically what I want there. The kit is mine, but so he hasn't paid for that. But we obviously have a lot of data, and there is 470 restaurants in this country. And to me, it was important to kind of get the nitty-gritty of these restaurants, and so that is kind of a small investment compared to the potential that we have. So another project we have that resulted in another McDonald's which already been paid for, and we are looking on over 10% overall savings there. So it kind of this 5+% is kind of a good result, I think, in McDonald's, because they're quite efficient.
Yeah, and you make an important point. Actually, I just wanted to touch on that. Those savings have come from using the Enoscope data. And at this stage, all those savings you're talking about have come from that primarily, haven't they? From making recommendations based on the data. We haven't got yet as far as full-scale installation of lots of different ECMs. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Really, I believe also, doing this step by step. I've only recently, a month ago, we started the first ECMs, which was smart switches. And in December, we also started, in end of November, we started with McDonald's and Q's, which are still under, I'm actually commissioning I'm comparing some data next week, because we're going to have 2 weeks to 2 weeks. But I didn't want to, jump in everything at once. No. So I wanted to kind of have good command and good skills in the Enoscope analytics, in analyzing the data and doing the basic thing, which is kind of doing the operational changes within the existing infrastructure, which can result in savings. That's kind of the easiest thing you can do, to be honest.
Yeah, and so sorry to interrupt you. What you're describing there is very much in line with our methodology that we recommend. You've said it a few times about not kind of trying to get too complicated too quickly. So the crawl, walk, run, fly approach, start off with the monitoring, then operational change, then look at, now you're starting to get into energy saving technology, but you've got that brilliant base to work from. And the clients, apart from the McDonald's where you did a trial, they've all paid you, haven't you? All the other ones, and then the subsequent McDonald's hotels.
Which is kind of my personal investment into kind of potential. Yeah,
and it was worth it, because now you've got another sale from McDonald's. So clearly, it was worth doing that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we kind of number one on the McDonald's list for the system. So once we kind of review the second site, I'm hoping that we will start to see some more McDonald's coming. So,
yeah. Well, that's a pretty impressive start, Thomas. With no background in the industry, 6 months in, you've built up, you've made sales, you've got the pipeline potentially of 470 McDonald's order in the future. That's it couldn't have gone much better, could it? That's a pretty good result.
I'm really happy about it.
Yeah,
thank you.
And you were telling me today that because obviously we're at the end of the day today, and I know you're busy, but today's been good, hasn't it? It's been a good day. Do you want to just update us on what happened today?
Yeah, I've got actually 2 purchase orders today. So there's a firm sale based on or exceeding actually the recommended selling prices that we have. One from the grocery chain, small chain, which I installed my first system as a grocery, and one from the city Stadium of Gdynia. Yeah, so they kind of both came today with the purchase orders. So that's a fantastic day. Plus, we got a confirmation on another grocery store, which we're installing on Wednesday. So we got a EAA sign off. So we're installing on Wednesday then in another grocery store. They have about 15 sites. And we got a confirmation from a Corrib company, which is a smokehouse that we will be installing. He wants the system to be installed by the January the 1st to capture the full month in January and start the monitoring. So yeah, kind of probably 4 installations in this month, which will be my best month in terms of number of installations. As over 6 months, we got about 8 or something like that.
Congratulations. Well, that's down to your hard work. I know you've been working very, very hard, but in the right areas as well. A couple of questions that I think would be helpful I'm thinking particularly of partners that are working with us who may be watching this thinking, okay, I want to follow Thomas's example. Obviously it's worked for him. So how important was, because I know one thing you did straight out of the blocks was you've got a reference site up and running. And you got some experience.
Before that, I had to put it. What is important, if I may say,
sure.
I was playing with this in my home.
Okay. For
a couple of weeks.
Right.
Before me and my electrician, because I have a really good guy, my installer. But as I started myself, I wanted to understand everything from scratch. And everything it has to kind of make sense to me. So I installed that in my house for a couple of weeks. We played with it. We kind of we're taking it off, putting it back, put it temperature sensor and so on and so forth. So when I was going to my reference site, it was my friend's site. I knew what we should do, to be honest. Yeah.
That's really interesting. So you got the experience at home or in your office, just played with it. Then you went to your friend's business, but it was a reference site. And then, it's that, again, and we keep talking about it, but those baby steps just build up that familiarity with the technology. And then from then you went on to your sales, your next sales. And I think the sales that you've done so far, effectively the sales model has been CapEx. Basically, people have just bought they're paid upfront for the technology and the service. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, I think this is the simplest models. We can sell for 1 year or 2 years ROI, depending on the bill. And, to start with, I think it's a good idea to be in, just to cash it in, just to have some cash, floating in the business.
Yeah. Yeah, brilliant. Well, that's great advice for everybody. I'm sure we'll take that on board. So finally, just a couple of other things. You've mentioned the fact that you've got this opportunity with McDonald's, and that's really exciting because you're dealing with the franchisee level, but you're also dealing with the corporate level. And I believe you've got another presentation on Wednesday where you're presenting your latest results. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So we managed to engage, obviously, McDonald's themselves, which is in Poland, McDonald's Polska. And they are they have 70 restaurants in this country, but they kind of they're gathering body in terms of what can be installed in McDonald's, how so they kind of they can say yes or no to any potential new novelty, I would say.
Yeah.
So we had to get their approval to install on the first site. When they've seen that, they were really impressed, and that led us to the second installation. And now we have had the monitoring period, which is in October, and we did the operational changes on the 3rd of November, and now we will compare 1 month to another month. So that's so-called the verification period or verification meeting, where we'll have a look at what changed and what is potential saving and benefit of the system.
Yeah, and that's really great. So you've got the McDonald's now potentially, at the door, which is fantastic. Corporate, like we say, and the franchise level, 470 sites potential in the country. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about what other irons you've got in the fire in terms of how the future's looking, the other prospects that you've got looking forward?
Sure. I kind of mixture of businesses. It's more because I've kind of been working for last 20 years as an entrepreneur. Sorry,
yeah.
And so I've got a lot of, I would say, power network is quite diversified. So and with the time spent, just before I go on to this, I just want to make that kind of a point, which was quite important to me. The first 3 months, I was patient. I mean, I had 2 sites. I had this reference site and I had a grocery store. And I was waiting, actually, until what I was seeing in analytics was covered in the bills of electricity bills. The sites. So I kind of wasn't pushing much the sales because I wanted to kind of see myself. I knew it's working, but it's another thing when you kind of get convinced, or you convince yourself and you can demonstrate this to the accounts. After about 3 months, I started actively showing the savings, showing kind of my proofs. So that kind of led us to a different, and that kind of led me to different sectors, because we are working now with the seafood processing plants or production plants which are producing food. We are working, or we are talking to the gas stations, which is also a corporate structure. We are talking to Harbor of Gdańsk, which is a massive consumer of energy, and are talking to the FM company. So it's kind of a broad spectrum, but we kind of trying to sell the model, which is, or work with the model, which is basic still, which is kind of get the visibility of the data and try to do operational changes. And so I'm trying to focus. Well, we all say we should be focusing on one sector. That is the best thing to do. But it's kind of in my position, it was quite hard because I have so broad network of people I can get in. So yeah. Sorry for that being a bit long, but
no. I mean, it's an interesting point, because when you're offering a more basic system like the monitoring, along with the support with that, the reality is there is just a broader market appeal for that, isn't there? And what you've got is an existing network of relationships, and I think you want to be free to be able to go out to those. So yeah, I think that's interesting, and you've clearly got a big pipeline there of opportunities. You've got ahead of you, I think, quite a bright future with the business. I just thought of something that would be good as well, just to ask you, is what you mentioned your electrician. Do you want to tell us about your team? What that looks like? Is it just you and your electrician? How is that set up? And what would you, more importantly, what would you recommend? Because it's worked for you, whatever you've done. So what have you done? Can you share that with the other partners?
I'm starting from January onwards. I'm already leveraging myself in terms of team. So it has been me and my electrician who is actually working as a separate business. I've always been I wanted to touch and feel everything myself. So I wouldn't allow this to put a team of people and just get on with it, because that wouldn't be something I would trust and I would be enjoying. So yeah, I wanted to, touch and feel everything, including, I'm the one setting up the Aniscope, connecting into the hub and doing all the IT work. I'm the one doing it. Electrician is just putting circuits. I'm the one together with my electrician, doing the design of the Aniscope, what we're connecting, what is worth connecting, what is not worth connecting, so forth. That gives me, clear, a live experience in terms of, I can be, now I'm being perceived as an expert in when I talk to the people, the companies. So it comes with this, I think, if you have to dirty your hands, to be honest with you, to have some kind of a confidence in this and success, I believe.
I think that you've proven that. And I think one thing that's come across to me and in this interview is that works because you're passionate about it and you care about it and you've got an interest in it as well. And that clearly will come across to the clients and they'll feed off it. But yeah, it's proven that the model is there to be achieved because, as we said already, you don't have a background in the industry. So you started on your own along with an electrician, and between the two of you, you've got some great results, you've made some sales, and you've built up what, by my rough calculations, would be a multi-million-dollar pipeline within 6 months. So that's impressive work. So
thank you very much.
So hats off to you, Thomas. It's been a pleasure working with you so far. You're a true entrepreneur and one of the, I'm not saying this just because you're on the interview, one of the best people I've worked with so far. You're such a pleasure to work with. So we're very grateful and appreciate the time that you've put in so far, and we're looking forward to greater things to come, no doubt, in the future.
Can't wait that, and thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you very much for your time as well.
Oh, thank you. Right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Thomas, and we'll see you soon. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
So thanks to Ben and Thomas for taking us through their experiences. Hopefully that gives you a nice flavour, not just in terms of the journey early on, if you follow the process, but also what can be accomplished and what the support looks like. It's interesting because Thomas started the business on his own. He's now got an electrician that worked with him, that he brought in when he needed him, but now is a full-time member of the team. But that wasn't the case on day one. Also interesting to note that Thomas has done CapEx deals. We don't even give the customer that option in the UK. We used to, but we prefer to do all the deals on finance now because we get paid faster. So there's a lot of advantages to it. But again, I can talk more about that in the Q&A later on. I think as well, I don't know if you picked up on this, but Thomas really got to grips with the technology. He had it installed in his own office or home to begin with and used it because he thought, well, if I'm going to be presenting and selling this, then I'd like to be using it as well. So I've got experience. So he found that very, very useful in understanding the technology that he's talking about. So a good lesson there. And he also referenced that he was selling for more than our recommended selling prices. Now, based on blue tier pricing, our typical selling prices are buy for $1, sell for $2. But what I find quite interesting is that he was selling for more than that. So we don't force you to stick to our recommended selling prices. It's up to you. If there's a rollout or you want to give a client a better deal, you can. Or if you think the ROI makes sense at a higher price, you can do that too. So let's move across. And again, just thinking about the model, Thomas really was starting with the Aniscopes and energy monitoring and combining that with energy saving. And that affects the team you have, because if you're doing the fly model, and you're dealing with $10 million plus contracts, you're obviously going to need to use a lot more people. So I want to talk through an example of another partner. And in particular, I've chosen our partners, IQ Energy Nordic, got Frank on the left and Jesper on the right. Frank is the commercial lead for the business. Jesper is the operations director. He's not an electrician, but after a sale's been closed, he makes sure that we deliver on what's been sold. So the installer relationship he set up, he reached an agreement with different installers. That meant wherever a client building was, he could have someone on hand to do an installation rather than building an internal team where he's sending people on motorways for hours on end. He wanted to have an opportunity to tap into an existing infrastructure for that. And he's also looking after a team of 4 college grad energy managers. I believe they've recently extended it to 6. And interestingly, they used a program in their country where there was an incentive that paid for 50% of these college grads that were positioned in roles. So they've effectively built their business building a data analytics team of energy managers that will analyze the data produced to make recommendations for energy saving. And they've been paying them 50% of what they would have had to, tapping into that program. And that's it. No one else works for them. And they've built up a multi-million euro business. So some of their projects, they've done a national rollout with 7-Eleven. They've done a national rollout with Menu supermarkets and Spar convenience stores. They've got another supermarket chain that I'm not allowed to mention at the moment, but they've got over 20,000 sites globally. And it will be their biggest contract yet when it proceeds. And they've already had a verbal agreement on it after doing a successful proof of value. And what else have they done? Falck, International Emergency Services Organization, Saab, Core, who we talked about earlier. Yeah, just loads and loads of projects. I think they've done a deal with a hospital, with industrial clients, Bromby Football Club. So a real mix of clients. And they started 10 years ago, or Jesper did. And year 1, he was on his own. No background at all in this sector until he started working with us. Then he brought Frank in because he couldn't cope on his own. And then they extended the team over time. So just worth highlighting those things. So how did they do it? How could they build a multi-million euro business with such a small team? Well, the answer is on my screen now. They created a power network. So anyone that could add value to their business, like Core, the facility management organization, they would bring in and get this outsourced value that is not an ongoing overhead every month. So who else could be in your power network? Well, we think within your company, you might be doing a Jesper and you might be managing everything at the beginning, and then you might bring someone else in to look after the commercial or the technical side, or maybe you're starting with someone else or a team. But either way, these are examples of companies you could have in your team. So renewable specialists, because we're doing something they don't that can add value to their clients. And equally, we can bring them in when we've eliminated the waste to have an appropriately sized renewable solution. That's part of the journey we take clients on. Electrical contractors for doing installation, FM companies we've talked about. On the finance side, asset finance, energy management. Well, that could involve using us and our virtual energy manager service. Jesper's created his own team, but that's fine. Project finance, if you're going into shared saving deals. Refrigeration and HVAC engineers, if HVAC's a big opportunity where you are. Brokers, they're great for providing leads, referral leads. So we use them over here. IT, because there's networking involved with some installations, and so on. So anyone that you think can add value, be it through leads, progressing sales, delivering service or carrying out installations can be part of your power network. There's no limit. They're not drawing a wage from you. So you can start off small like Jesper and grow over time. So this is a business where the customer is not coming to you to visit you in your office. You are going to your customer. So you don't have to have a team of people running around the office on day one. Now, over time, you might need that. And maybe you'll need to have a facility like a demo suite. You might have visitors coming through every day from the corporate world. But realistically, you're not going to be having clients coming to see you. Our partners go to customers. That's the way it works. So you do need to have a professional office address. Don't be using your home, but maybe think about Regis or those kind of virtual office environments where you can have a professional address and a desk or a room when you need it. So let's now go into the process itself. You've got the lead, you've got the appointment afterwards, and now what are you going to present? Well, I'm going to talk you through the psychology of the deck we've got, why we've put those slides together. But as a lead-in intro, please check out this new Route to Carbon Net Zero video that we have put together. I think that's the best video yet. I don't know how you feel about that. Powerful proposition, powerful message. It's effectively what we're offering our customers. But let's, whoops, so good, I want to play it twice. So let's break that down in a presentation. So first of all, notice the title, the world's #1 energy solution. We think that's a great title because if you're serious about doing something as a client, you'd rather do #1 right than number 10 or number 20 or number 100. The title, The Greatest Story Never Told, indicates it's going to be something that the client is maybe not on their agenda in the same way. So it would probably indicate just from that title, it's not going to be LED lights, for example. So So let's look at it. We go through an agenda with the customer on that first meeting delivered on Zoom. The greatest story never told. What is that number one solution? How does net zero fit in? What are the typical problems with energy that clients tell us they've got and need help solving? What can we do for them and what that journey looks like? So I'm not going to repeat the slides that Troy's already gone over, but some of them you'll recognize from that initial presentation, that trilemma of things that are hurting businesses right now, causing costs and concerns over access to energy and potential penalties if they don't take action. Troy also referenced this, the options available that most businesses think they've got to prioritize. But of course, get my my teeth in properly, the cheapest, cleanest, most accessible energy source being energy efficiency. Some businesses may not even really know what that means, but we use some market data to back that up. Again, Troy highlighted these things earlier. So we're dialing into that first presentation. So from a financial perspective, how does energy efficiency compare as a source? And remember, when we say energy efficiency is a source of energy, we're using less to deliver the same result within the building. And that less energy then goes back into the grid to go further than it does now. So it's the same impact as solar or wind or another alternative form, but it's a fraction of the cost. And of course, in line with reducing before you produce, we're then going to size a renewable solution that's fitting for a customer's building. If we start with renewables, when they could be wasting 20, 30, 40% in that building, then that means we're investing in solar panels or wind turbines to produce energy that's being wasted. And in some cases, we've seen waste of over 50%. So can you imagine in that investing in double the amount of solar panels that you need? It's crazy. So so reduce before you produce, we say. Again, we use other data, this time Carbon Trust, just highlighting the same thing. The internal rate of return with energy efficiency is powerful. Again, Troy highlighted this, so we're not going to repeat it, but we're illustrating the impact on carbon to the client as well. Speed of ROI, we often get them to guess what's number one. Monitoring and targeting, that's often a surprise to the customer because they often aren't sure what to do and they're discussing things. And, there's generally a lack of awareness in the market. It's improving a lot, but the customer doesn't really know what the best things to do are. They might have heard of renewables and some things they can do, but typically they don't know the right way of going about it. So we highlight where, again, that fits in with trying to achieve carbon net zero, if that's on their agenda. And that point of how do you know where you need to get to if you don't know where you are now? Well, the real-time energy monitoring and targeting is that critical first step. And the client has to take it. They have no choice. At some point, they're going to have to do it. And we're going to go on and look at that on the journey in just a moment. So then here we talk about some of the problems that customers tell us they've got and how we can solve them. So lack of energy visibility. If any customer says we run a tight ship here, we try and find out from them how they manage their energy. And maybe they've got an energy manager, or they could have a smart meter. Maybe they just get a bill they pay every month. But the problem is on that bill, you've got a lump sum, a bunch of confusing charges, and it's too late. You've used it, you've got to pay for it. You haven't got a breakdown of your air conditioning, your heating, your chillers, your refrigeration, your lighting circuits, your individual pieces of equipment. None of that is broken down. And ironically, if you compare that to everything else we pay for in life, we do get a breakdown. When you go out for a restaurant and have a meal, you get your starters, your main courses, your drinks, everything itemized. You can see if there's a problem. Supermarket, your bank statement. Can you imagine if you just got a lump sum, total outgoings, total incomings, and some confusing charges? You change your bank really quickly. Yet that's what we're faced with globally with our energy. It's just the way it is. So that's a big problem. Rising energy costs. Well, that is really painful at the moment globally. We've never seen prices increase as much as they have. And for a lot of businesses, it's their number one cost, or very close to it after wages, perhaps. We've heard about some businesses having to close production because it costs more to produce goods than it does to sell them now. So, can you imagine how desperate they are to take action? That's why I often refer to it as something that used to be a nice thing to do. It's more fun spending money than saving money. I can remember when we had one client give us some feedback when we asked who's responsible for energy management here. And they said, oh, that's a good one. Why don't we put you through to Albert? He's the caretaker. He switches the lights off before he goes home. Well, I mean, I'm kind of smiling, but doesn't that show how they weren't really taking it that seriously? Speak to the caretaker. We hope he's switching the lights off because he's the last one in the building. Weren't really that bothered. So historically, it's been a harder sale. Fast forward to today, and I mean, they're desperate. We've got clients who are committing to carbon net zero and saying, help us, we don't know how to achieve it. Just even draw up the strategy or the plan. We've got others who are saying, look, with inflation as well, our cost of doing business is going up on all sorts of aspects of what we do. And it's difficult to pass it all on to the customer because we might lose that customer. So our margins have gone right down. So we can help them to increase that margin in a risk-free way. Come back to that. Sustainability policy pressures, how do they report on what they're doing? I talked about in New York, penalties kicking in per square foot. They're going to need to report on that journey and what they're doing. They have to do what we're offering, and better that they do it now on our terms, on more favorable terms, than when the penalties have kicked in, because then they'll be paying a lot more for everything. It's up to them. And if they do want to make an investment in something, how do they know what the ROI is? It's difficult to make some decisions when they're not sure what the paybacks are. So again, we can help with that. We'll talk more about it in a moment. Some clients have told us their biggest headaches are when equipment breaks down unexpectedly. These are all kinds of problems, and there's many more that we can help solve. So how do we do it? Real-time asset level energy monitoring breaks down individual electrical circuits. We dive deep into data in a way that I don't know any other customer does. And that's why we always are able to propose something with customers, because usually we see they've got, at best, some kind of top level transparency in terms of their overall energy spend, but they can't see what's going on at individual electrical circuit level. And that's what allows us to make energy savings and do analysis to maximize results on a client site. We can target permanent energy reductions with fast ROIs based on data that we are tracking, picking up patterns, and increasing that energy saving over time. We have cloud-based carbon reporting, as well as reports looking at the finances, maintenance, equipment, and so on. And those reports can go out daily, weekly, or monthly, speaking to our analytics software, updating with the latest information automatically. We've got professional monitoring and verification. So if a client wants to record an action, or they want to invest in another technology and they want to see the ROIs, there's no smoke and mirrors. They can see the impact of everything that we recommend for them. And we can start to predict maintenance issues before they occur through the alarms. So we can solve these major headaches that clients have. And we do that through a combination of hardware, software, and service. Now, the client might not need the service. It depends on their situation. And I'll give you two examples. In McDonald's in Malaysia, they effectively have one company that owns all the McDonald's over there. And they've got an energy manager in that business. And they've chosen to use Eniscope, analyze the data themselves, and make the changes themselves. So it's their energy management tool, and they're using it in-house. And of course, if clients have an energy manager or a facility manager or even some electrical engineers on site, they could choose to do that. However, we've also got in that same market sector, KFC, that we're working with, and they say, we don't have the bandwidth to do that ourselves. Can you do it? And of course, we would love to. So that's where our virtual energy management team come in, where they can analyze that data and we can make the energy saving recommendations. Here's an example of them in action. This is with Falk. They had a building management system. And some clients think building management is the same as what we do. It is not. We're going super granular into the data to really make sure things are set up and working as they should. And with this BMS, we found that over time things had got offset, so we're able to adjust them. The temperature for and also when it came to occupancy, we were able to start making those changes so that it would work more appropriately. But it's by drilling down into the data that we could identify those opportunities. 7-month payback in that case. So this is the journey that I spoke about. You know, we're with a client, we're going to do a gap analysis and get information from them in a moment after we've done this presentation, which will take about 15 minutes with them in the appointment. We're going to be doing phase 1, which is really the real-time monitoring in conjunction with low-cost and zero-cost energy savings. And nothing will pay for itself as fast as this step here. As that Siemens report brought out, you know, anything else is a slower payback. This will have the fastest, and it's that critical first step. Everything builds out from here. And we could try and sell everything in one go, but that slows down the sales process. So right now we're going to focus on phase 1 in our proposal in a moment. Phase 2 will be this step, energy-driven retrofit savings based on additional technologies. This will be an upsell. And then we'll be looking to get them off the grid. So imagine this first step has revealed a business is, I don't know, wasting 20%. You know, we'll be taking them on that journey, getting to the point where we've eliminated all possible waste, and then looking to get them off the grid is that final step to working towards carbon net zero. Now, what I love about this, and the client seems to resonate with this slide a lot, we get a lot of positive feedback, is they can see we're not just trying to push a product and disappear into the sunset. You know, there's a journey we're going on where we're in it together. And that solution, that combination of hardware, software, and service, we're really unusual in offering all of those things under one roof, and it's our own technologies. And of course, if we add the upsells as well, then we've got a service and an offering that's very, very hard for anyone to copy. So we're going to do a gap analysis, identify the client's current situation, find out where they want to get to, what the gap is that we need to cover, and then we'll create a strategy to do that. So any data we've referenced, we've got that ancillary information that we can show them as well. So they can see we've not made stuff up that we might well have presented during that initial meeting. So before I show you a proposal, I want to talk about the effectiveness of those meetings. And I want to talk about profit potential. So first of all, I feel like I've already covered this first one. You know, there's a license fee involved. And if you make 5 sales in your first 6 months, you'll get your license fee back in Eniscope products and accessories at recommended selling prices. So one of your first goals is to just get those 5 sales nailed. And, you know, it's like there wasn't an initial investment. So you're rewarded for a minimal level of performance. I say minimal because I personally have gone out and closed 9 sales in 1 month. We're asking for 5 from you in 6 months after you've completed training. So, and also the second thing I want to then reference is $1 million business in year 1. Well, that's going to depend on your activity levels, the type of clients you're trying to close business with. Are you going to work along with our training program and maybe focus on smaller and medium-sized enterprises first, where you're dealing with decision makers from the get-go. You can control the speed of the sale, and it's great for your cash flow? Or are you going to try to spend all your time working on one massive deal that could take 6 months or longer, a year to close? Well, that's obviously going to affect how well you do in year one. And as we talked about earlier, different market sectors can have different speeds of doing business attached. And also, what upsell opportunities are there? Well, naturally, the size of a client's bill can affect the revenue you get from a business. So I want to talk through some things that we are finding. So even this information, it just seems to get better and better as we hone it. So this is relating to us coming up with this new sales process where we do everything on Zoom. So for every 2 leads we're getting, we're generating an appointment. So you're never going to generate 100 leads and get 100 appointments, right? But getting over a 50% conversion is staggering. That is amazing. But it's testament to the messaging and how that lead generation takes place. The conversion from appointments to proposals. So we've got 1 in 3 at the moment. And the proposal to deal is at 43.8%. It's getting closer to almost 50%, 1 in 2. Imagine that, for every 2 proposals, closing a deal. I mean, that is mind-blowing. The salesperson we've been using, testing out this process last year, 63 years old. He's 2 years off retirement. He's been in sales all his life, not in this sector. And he said he's never had a closing ratio as high as this. And he's just a normal guy. If you meet him or you listen to his presentations, of which we've got some recorded for training purposes, you'd think, oh yeah, I could do that. So average deal value, you'll notice, is $35,572. So how many leads would you need to make $1 million in year one? How many sales would you need to close based on that? Well, looking at it, just over 28 deals if you were to hit that average. But then I've not actually included the recurring revenues that you can get from SaaS, software as a service, and virtual energy manager. So if we add those up, now I've looked at the lifetime value of it, and usually we do 5-year contracts. Then there's another $429,000 of recurring revenue from those 28 deals over the next 5 years. That's tasty business, and you're only just getting started. So that's exciting. Hopefully you will agree. We haven't included the upsells in those figures. So this is just that phase 1 I talked about. Phase 2 is then the retrofit technologies, and then phase 3 is getting the client off the grid. So the greater value is still to come. Now, one of the reasons we've got that average deal value is because predominantly we try to focus on clients that have energy bills of $100,000 to $500,000. So naturally, if they're spending more, they're feeling the pain a bit more, and they're faster to make some decisions. But we're still not quite going into those clients that have got $1 million plus to spend every month, where there's just a lot going on and it'd be more complex. So worth you being aware of that. So by the way, can you imagine, we've got a salesperson who's done this in 6 months. What about over a course of a year? Well, you don't need to do $1 million in 6 months. Probably you'd like to. I'm sure we'd all like to do as much as possible. No question of that. But when I speak to partners and we're talking through what they want to get out of a business in year 1, they'll often say, look, I just want to have understood the business, be following the processes, have got case studies and some successes under my belt, and a nice pipeline. Most of them are not even expecting to be in profit in year 1. And yet leveraging everything we've put together so you can just run very quickly with a business, you've got that possibility right from the beginning. So really exciting. And of course, if you'd be happy with $300,000 in year one, you can work it out. Instead of doing 28 deals, you would need to do 9 deals, less than 1 a month. So, and by the way, you could, we've had some deals that are higher in value. Like you'll get some deals that close that are, over $100,000, 150,000. And, you'll get others that are 15,000 or 20,000. So, it will vary. Here's an example of a proposal. So we're going back now. We've got the agenda again. So what did the energy efficiency gap analysis tell us the expected energy saving potential is on this site? What is the solution we recommend? What are you going to get? What's it going to cost? So in this case, it's an old site from the 40s. We've got their annual energy spend, not just electric, but gas as well. And we can monitor things like gas and water, as you're going to go on to see. They've done some things already. They've put LEDs in some places. They've got variable speed drives. They've got some timers. They've said they don't want to do a CapEx deal if possible. So we've got a few salient bullet points. And based on the gap analysis information, we estimated 15% potential savings. So that means over the last 5 years, they have wasted around £712,500. And that's gone. They've spent it. There's nothing we can do about it. They could try and get it back by selling more this year. Based on typical margin for their business, they would have to increase sales by over £20 million. It's verging on $25 million. That's a lot of work just to get back what they've unnecessarily wasted in their energy usage. It's a powerful statement, isn't it? A lot of work, nothing to show for it. What about the next 5 years, though? Are they going to keep repeating this? Well, they're going to waste even more over the next 5 years because energy tariffs are going up all the time. And if we assumed a modest increase of 7% per annum, well, that's what they're going to spend. Now, actually, the energy rates are going up much faster than that. So it's way worse. But even so, we can do something about that. We don't have to let this senseless waste continue. And we'll also help them on that journey to carbon net zero, but it's going to begin with monitoring and targeting. That's the centerpiece. Everything's going to come from there. So we'll talk them through the system, and I'm going to go over this separate to this slide in a moment, but we'll go through the hardware, where it's installed, what it will be doing. So building level, circuit level, key asset level. We'll be combining that with condition data. So we're getting temperature, humidity, occupancy, etc. And then, the different types of software that come from that and the services that we can provide as a result. So we'll talk that through with the customer. We'll break down what we've promised them for their building or their site. And then we'll look at some case studies, so they can see it's not our first rodeo. We're working with some pretty big names. And we'll then talk through what we're going to do and what their options are for how we move forward. So predominantly, we'll give them 2 key options, option 1, option 2. Option 1 is hardware and install, and they use the data themselves like McDonald's, or option 2 will provide the service as well. And then we'll highlight the estimated net gain, and you can see it's incredibly attractive. What have they got to lose? So they might have some questions for us, but we're hoping to move on to contract and to take them through that. So that's it. It's a two meeting process, really. Okay, there's other communications that take place. And things like the gap analysis, the customer doesn't always have all the information we need at hand, so they might have to get back to us. That can sometimes slow things down. So you want to really control the speed of that. but it's possible to close this out in 2 meetings. But it can potentially take a third for that reason just mentioned. So what about the technology that's going into the client? Let's start with Eniscope. And here's a video that will introduce you to the Eniscope real-time energy management system and IoT hub.
Managing energy use in buildings is a constant challenge. We know that for those responsible, it is a role with intense, target-driven pressures. And the biggest obstacle to hitting those targets in most buildings and estates? Simple. You can't reduce energy use when you don't know where it's being wasted. The data you have is unclear, incomplete, and from disparate sources. Your meters don't talk to each other, and you don't have a clear overview to base your decisions on. That is the story for thousands of property and facility managers around the world right now. And solving that issue is what we are all about. That's why we developed Eniscope, an advanced end-to-end real-time energy management system. It starts with this little box, seamlessly and safely installed without disruption. It becomes your gateway to a world of building information. Connecting to your power supply within minutes, Eniscope intelligently uses a combination of onboard metering and wireless IoT sensors to monitor and record not just electricity data, but gas, water, temperature, occupancy, and much more besides. Real-time connection to the cloud means we can send all that information to a single, intuitive software platform, however big the property portfolio. The Eniscope platform gives you complete visibility of your estate's energy profile, whatever your location. And with the power of big data at your fingertips and our wireless control functions now available as standard, you can manage it all remotely, even from your smartphone. Hitting demanding energy targets becomes readily achievable. Opportunities for saving are highlighted to you on a daily basis, and top performers are benchmarked, with best practice easily shared across the estate. And what's more, the extra visibility means you can safely invest in retrofit technologies, like new LED lighting or intelligent motor control, in the knowledge that you'll be able to see, measure, and verify their impact. Eniscope is the result of years spent working closely with people just like you, working hard in property, utilities, energy supply, and facilities management around the world. We've listened to your unique experiences and your desires for a new energy tool, and this is the result: the world's most complete energy management solution.
So that's a great introduction to you for Eniscope. Let's go through this information in a bit more detail now in terms of what it does, and then we can look at the hardware itself. Just a quick quote from 7-Eleven. I've never seen a system like it, even though I've had a lot of meetings with a lot of providers. It's been very easy. The platform is intuitive. Here's where we are. So you get a distribution board where the electricity comes into a building. In a smaller building, maybe there's only one distribution board. In a bigger building, you might have some slave boards or sub panels where the power is coming from that main distribution board and feeding them. And inside those panels or that main distribution board, you're going to have individual electrical circuits for lighting, sockets, individual pieces of equipment. Your heavy duty stuff will likely have its own individual electrical circuit coming direct from that board. So we put the Eniscope IoT hub next to that distribution board. That's where it gets installed. And we're able to break down the individual electrical circuits there. We don't need to start installing them next to the sockets and the place where the equipment actually is. It gets installed by that board. And you'll notice we can monitor the electric, the gas, the water. If a client's going for green building status, they will likely need to monitor all those things, so we can help them tick that box. or if they're going for an ISO 50001, which is another reason for them to invest with us. We can, again, meet those technical requirements. Now, the software, you'll notice we've got real time. So that's live data, second by second, accessible via an app or via a web browser. And that's great for people on site to see what's on that should be off and to do their bit through behavioral change, because we're never going to be monitoring every single electrical circuit in a building. The reason for that is some electrical circuits don't use that much energy. So there's just no point. You know, we can capture the whole amount at the distribution board for the whole building, and then we can break down the biggest consumers, because that's the low-hanging fruit. But then we can capture the rest that might be combined through those smaller circuits. And I'll come back to that in a moment. But through that real-time data, we give people a chance to switch things off that they may have left on. So then we've got the cloud, and we've got an API. So from your perspective, you know, if there's bespoke forms of software or information you want to combine with something else, you can access our API, or the client can even. It's cloud-based, so you and the customer can log into all of their locations wherever you are, as long as you've got internet access. From that perspective, our smart analytics mean that we can spot trends, anomalies, and over time, you can pick up more opportunities to save energy. The reports can go up daily, weekly, or monthly, and provide an ongoing service in an automated way. The displays are for gamification and getting employees involved in some competition, as well as for PR purposes, and be front-facing where customers come into our clients' buildings. And we'll talk through some examples of that in a moment. Virtual energy managers, where we're providing a service to unlock the energy savings by analyzing the data. And controls, or alerts and alarms, are when we've optimized different circuits in terms of when they're coming on and off and how hard they're having to work, maybe linked to temperature, for example. If anything falls out of optimization, an alarm will be triggered. So we can be on it, so the client's not got equipment breaking down and is having to close a site or an aspect of their production unexpectedly, but we can be dealing with issues before something goes wrong. Through control, we've got our air devices, which are IoT controls and sensors, which communicate back to the Eniscope, and they allow us to combine temperature, humidity, occupancy, lighting data with how hard, air conditioning should be working, or maybe how bright light should be, and just making everything automatic without having to use people switching on the most important electrical circuits and switching them off again. So we'll talk more about those products in due course, but they help a site to run automatically. Think of a restaurant where they've got an upstairs that's only open during busy times and is closed during quieter times. Well, maybe the air conditioning and the lighting's left on permanently. Well, through the combination of this technology, we'd be switching things on and off and controlling how hard it's working based on how busy it actually is up there, or whether anyone is up there at all. And that would happen automatically without the customer having to do anything. So looking at the hardware, just going into some of those things more specifically that we've looked at in that overview infographic. This is where we started. We weren't always a manufacturer, so we would get individual meters from a third party, hubs, so that we could send data to the cloud. And for every electrical circuit, we'd have to have one of these square meters. We'd cut them into a panel. Often there wouldn't be space in a cupboard to install them, so we'd have to install them outside a cupboard, and it'd be lengthy installations. All a bit of a nightmare in some sites. And over time, it led us to making a decision to start manufacturing ourselves. And we came up with a design based on our experiences in the market, focusing on data and producing that data, and to eliminate the headaches we were facing. One of them being what I've just referenced, the amount of time spent on site. Sometimes, the client wants all this hidden in a cupboard, and if there's no space, you've then got to have it maybe in a main room, and they don't want that, and all these things that were a bit messy. So we came up with a design which was a lot smaller, that we could fit into tight spaces, that reduced over 80% of the hardware we would use on projects, that reduced over 80% of the time spent on site doing installations, reduced the package that we'd ship out to our distributors. So it's a massive win for us. And it really opened up the market in a way that it just hadn't when we were doing things the way we'd been doing them before. We suddenly got into opportunities at the highest level, including working with businesses like IBM, and then working with multi-site restaurants like KFC, who we weren't even targeting because the cost of a solution didn't make sense to target versus their bills. When we came up with a new design, suddenly it made sense. So how do we get 8 of those square meters suddenly in this much smaller package, and the hub? Well, we've got the microchip technology, the metering chips behind each of these CT points in the lower right-hand corner. CT stands for current transducer, and it's effectively how we monitor the individual electrical circuits. So don't get bogged down with anything too technical at this point. The upshot is this: we can monitor with one box up to 24 single-phase electrical circuits, or up to 8 three-phase, which is heavier duty equipment. It's infinitely scalable. So for example, at the international airport in Lima, we're monitoring 1,500 circuits, but we've also got some banks where, we might be doing 4 three-phase or, 12 single-phase, because their energy bills are much smaller. And we've got a baby brother to this unit, which does half the number of electrical circuits for those smaller sites. You'll notice we've got three-phase voltage, and again, the reason for that is the three-phase voltage times the current gives us our kilowatts that we spend money on over time. So we want accuracy of data, and so we're really interested in that voltage reading. In terms of standards, CE, UL, and CUL, internationally, those standards are accepted. So those are the ones we use. Modbus to connect with other devices the client might have on site. Pulse inputs to connect to gas and water. And we've got some physical temperature inputs, although we can do things wirelessly on that side of things as well. So here's Troy, minus the beard, and he is giving you an idea of the size of Eniscope versus a competitor. And he's smiling because we're more sophisticated. We do a lot more than that competitive solution in the unit underneath. And actually, he's also stood in front of a server, which works alongside that set of meters in there as well. So, massive leap in technology, world-leading hardware. Now, talking about the voltage and why it's so important to have accurate data when you're measuring energy savings. I mean, it should be obvious, but you get smart meters out there. You've probably heard of smart meters. They will typically be monitoring the main consumption in a building. They're used mainly in residential, but you can get them in business as well. And they will usually guess voltage, or at best, you might have one voltage reference. The problem is that means the data is going to be inaccurate, and it could be as much as 20% out, which then makes it challenging if you're trying to provide a service based on making recommendations or upselling other products. So what do we do with Eniscope? Well, three-phase current times three-phase voltage, very accurate. So to illustrate that, we've got here the type of data you can get at a main supply, in this case from a couple of utility meters. And you'd be hard pressed to see what you're looking at in that 24 pixel picture versus what we're doing based on the amounts of data we're collecting and the granularity of their collection. you get to see the real picture. So the illustration being, you know what's really happening beneath the surface. So nice quote from NG Bailey, UK's largest independent engineering company in the UK, that what we've put together with Eniscope puts us at the forefront of the market. And the latest Eniscope piece of hardware we've got looks different again. You know, we've improved the design, made the footprint smaller again. So it's like a very small shoebox now. So really powerful. When it comes to the software, we've touched on it. So you can log in on any web browser, on any mobile device or computer. You can set the alarms up. You can dig deep into the data to do analysis. The data's stored minute by minute. So again, you can really start to understand how things are cycling, and start to understand where the peaks are. Maybe some customers, for example, pay a penalty if they go over a threshold. We can start to help the client avoid those kind of nightmare scenarios. Here's an example with an air conditioning circuit, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist to notice that the data drops massively in the second half of that diagram. Well, that's where we implemented a change in how that air conditioning worked that eliminated some 40–50% energy savings. Here's another example with a washing machine with a sensor that wasn't working that we picked up on, and 25,000 kilowatt hours saved. Massive. Here's a manufacturing plant where, again, just using Eniscope, no other technologies deployed yet. You can see the drop over time through monitoring and targeting, sustained with alarms, then repeating the process to keep unlocking energy saving. And they're at half the consumption they were at before. It's mind-blowing. Sometimes you see these staggering results where some businesses are particularly wasteful. And manufacturing, there's a lot of waste. Here's where we use it to prove out ROI for retrofit technologies. A proof of value was done on another one of our technologies called the Qs, and we've got before and after data, no smoke and mirrors, 29% savings. The real-time data, second by second, again, so of course that's powerful because you can see the impact of what happens when you switch things on and off if you're on the site. And, you know, if you're going to affect behavioral change, you need that. If you can't see the impact of what you do, you don't do it. Now, again, we're going to be controlling all the main circuits, but at a smaller level, people can get involved, and this is a great way of doing it. Here's an illustration where they did that with Shell petrol stations or gas stations and achieved 13% just from using the app. Public displays and dashboards, often used for PR purposes, or gamification, and again, getting employees involved. Here's one for KFC. We didn't think we'd get away with putting a frown on the Colonel's face, but we've got some before and after data here to show competition between stores. Also, we compared energy savings to sales of some of our main meals, in this case, buckets of chicken. How many buckets of chicken would they have to sell to get the same impact as our energy saving? Whereas this store on their league table of stores. So a bit of gamification. Some customers we've seen like to have a display in their reception. So when they have visitors, they can show off what they're doing to reduce carbon. It's another reason for potential clients of theirs to invest in them, because they're supporting their carbon reduction efforts rather than their competitors who maybe haven't done anything. And we know that's becoming increasingly important in the market. Reporting, we can have reports at individual site level, at chain level, across a country. We can compare equipment across sites, so we can really dig into information. So they can be set up to go out automatically to the customers, daily, weekly, or monthly. And that software as a service will incorporate reports, cloud-based analytics, real-time data, alarms, software updates, cloud-based hosting. So the client's getting this ongoing service even before Virtual Energy Manager. That means whoever you work with, there'll be some form of recurring revenue that comes up. So a lot of the opportunities could be identified under these categories: changing occupant behavior, identifying invisible energy waste, fine-tuning building controls, optimizing existing equipment, verifying new technologies, and automating meter reading. So we've already said we can provide the hardware and the software, or maybe the hardware, software, and the services, which is what we strive to. With the services, we call them Virtual Energy Manager. So Viennoscopes will be installed. We'll have that minute-by-minute data on the cloud. We'll be able to then do analysis and highlight opportunities to reduce costs. Now, sometimes I get asked, well, once you've gone in and done that, why don't you just take Viennoscopes out and put them somewhere else, in another site, for example? Well, the problem is, as Accenture say here, as soon as you take away the visibility, you've no longer got a management tool in place to check that you're still on track. And then you start to lose the savings. People come and go, systems get offset. You've no longer got the alarms in place because you've removed the management system. So that doesn't work. You could lose at least half the savings in less than 6 months. So really important to maintain the service. So again, you know, it leads to maintaining that recurring revenue. Here's an example, Nando's, where we were able to establish 21% on average, but the best store actually 38.7% from providing that visibility. So if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. Or if you can't manage it, can't measure it, you can't manage it. You may have heard that expression. So we begin here. Every client, we start there without fail. And that's what we sell. And because that's what we're selling as phase one, it fast tracks the sale. It speeds it up. If we were trying to sell that, plus our refrigeration energy savers, the air conditioning savers, the motor controls, lighting sensors, you know, it elongates the entire process and drags it out. And our closing ratios will go down. So much easier to get started and then upsell. So let's talk about upsell and Eniscope Air. Here was our launch video, just so you have a break for 30 seconds of listening to my voice. And, you know, some nice music to wake you up if it's late where you are. So that's our range of IoT solutions made up of controls and sensor-driven information. So you can see that on the infographic. We've got the radio waves, the Air Connect that plugs into the Eniscope and acts as a transceiver, receiving information back from sensors and sending instructions out to the controls. So let's look at that in practice in a walk through a customer site. And if I just hit play for a second,
Hello.
I'm going to switch the sound off. So here we've got a customer site. I've selected a restaurant because we're all familiar with a restaurant. So we understand the type of equipment they've got. So you'll better understand this facility. We're in the main reception. We've got tags which indicate equipment that we have installed. So you've got an idea of the size there, just as we scan around the room. The tags going up to some air conditioning highlighted for us here. So this is using a 3D camera. We're going to walk around this facility and look at the type of equipment that we've got here and what it's doing. Now, I should highlight, just as we're going up the stairs, so this is the main restaurant area, and we're walking along here to the main distribution board, which is right there. So you see what I mean by lack of space in these cupboards. Imagine if we had all those meters, where on earth would we put them? You know, they'd have to go outside the cupboard in a restaurant with customers sitting there. So, you know, not ideal. There you can see an endoscope on its side. So yeah, we've managed to utilize the space. So I'm just going to fast forward through some of this for a moment, and we'll come out of the distribution cupboard and we'll walk around the room with my colleague Dave, who will really be looking at what equipment we've got on the site and what it's doing there. Now, this is an unusual site, and hello, let's just make sure it's playing properly again. It's an unusual site in that we're controlling everything. So it's like a case study location where we've got such an arrangement with the client that it's like we can come and go. We can install what products that we want to there, and to get as much data as possible and understandings, we just made a decision for this site. We're going to monitor everything at a granular level. You wouldn't normally do that. As I said earlier, if you've got some pieces of equipment that are consuming $20, $30 a year, you know, you save 20% on it, it's like $5 a year. You know, it's not really a priority. But for this site, we wanted to get as much data as possible in our learnings. So we've got a sensor where we're collecting occupancy data, temperature, humidity. We can monitor light levels. But I'm going to shut up now and we'll listen to a more technical colleague of mine, Dave Bowers, as he talks you through the rest of the site.
Displays for the units, they'll be able to force them on and off by just turning on and off the power to the unit, but they won't be able to change the settings, although they can physically try and change, put it down to 19 degrees or up to 25, depending if we want heat or cooling. It won't react to that because we now got control of the system. Stop any wastage by going to extreme temperature ranges. And also we can schedule the unit, so the compressors only come on at the times that we require and won't operate outside of hours. We also got, again, a new product called the Endoscope Air Ambient, which I will talk about just a second. And it's essentially the same as ACES 2, but much easier to install. And the ACES 2, for instance, requires you to set these the schedule remotely and have constant internet access to send down the scheduled times and information, whereas the ambient talks to the endoscope, and the endoscope keeps the schedule local. So if there is ever an internet disruption, it won't cause a big problem because it will carry on working with its schedule locally. But that can still be updated remotely at any time when necessary and downloaded to the endoscope. So I'll just show you the ambient. Right, ambient. We will be replacing these ACES 2 with the ambients on the store for our testing. And but this is the air ambient. So this is going to be a wireless device which will talk directly to the endoscope. And it allows up to 3 AC systems to be connected to each unit. And will have multiple temperature probes that can be connected to it for the control as well as scheduling. And to be able to talk to the endoscope, we have the Air Connect. So this is basically an aerial with a USB plug, and we just plug this into the side of the endoscope. And then it allows us to talk to the ambient, the switch, the sense, and the various wireless products we bring out. So we can then do wireless communication. Whereas currently with the older product, the ACES 2, it requires an Ethernet cable connection and a lot more wires and installation. So beside the sensor here, we also got the Air Sense, which is our new wireless sensor. This is a very useful system. It's got lux capability, PIR, and it has humidity and temperature. So let's go back to details here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Just 1 second. Okay, right. So we want the sense. So the sense can do temperature, humidity, lux, has a PIR capability, so we can trigger things on and off based on the PIR. And it can be either mains or battery powered. If battery powered, it can last up to 5 years, depending on how many batteries you put in and the update rate. And it also has 4 additional input sensors for analog sensors. Okay. So the ambient would then use this one as its temperature control instead of its own wired sensor, for instance, making it easier to install. Okay, so I'll just go around the room. We also have another air sense just up here. So you've got another air sense to monitor the temperature, humidity, etc. for this part of the room. Now I'm going to go through to the men's toilets. This is only because behind here is a big electrical cupboard where we have some of our products installed. So behind here, we have a voltage optimization unit installed for the site. So the main incomer coming to the site, we've put a voltage optimization unit. This essentially drops the voltage down to a level where the equipment can still work, but obviously produce a saving because obviously power is equal to voltage times the current, for instance. So if by reducing the voltage, we can make a saving in most cases. This obviously would work very well for things like refrigeration and freezers, but obviously there are special cases where it might not work quite as well. So we've got a VO on site. Another thing we got in here is an Enoscope hub. So we've got another Enoscope on site. This one is used for temperature probes, which are going to the floor below where we got the walk-in fridge and freezers, which we'll mention in a bit. We also got in here a 3-phase extract fan. So the site had a 1-phase extract fan. We upgraded to a 3-phase extract fan because this is more efficient and will produce an energy saving. And also we've installed a system called Fix, which we would see a bit more detail in the kitchen, but this is essentially a speed control of the extract fan. So when they're not cooking, it will go to a low power mode where the fan is not running so fast. Then when the detects steam or the load is there, it will then go up to full load. So we have a VIX unit with a 3-phase extract fan. And we also here have an extract and a supply fan control via our new switch product. So we talked about the old switch. We also installed the new one on the extract fan and the supply fan directly. And these are wireless. So these will get their schedule control from the Enoscope and communicate wirelessly to that. And they would just have one wire coming in and one wire coming out. There is some other useful features to this product. Let's bring them up. So for the Enoscope Air switch, it's as well as being able to do scheduled on-off control, it also has a built-in meter, so we can get the voltage, current, power, and energy information just like we would from an Enoscope. It has a temperature, external temperature sensor slot, so we can get temperature information and some indication on board. So it's quite a powerful product, and it's got its own built-in metering as well. Okay, so I'll just come out of this. I'll just now head back downstairs. So as we head back down, I'll just point out we've got another sensor over here. So we've got 3 sensors in this room to get the temperature, humidity, etc. information. We now go back downstairs to the order area and the front door. Now above the front door, we have some equipment on trial. which I'll just mention. So here is some people counters. So we have 2 brands of people counter that we're currently testing. And we're going to see which one's the best one to use going forward. The idea of this is it allows us to count the number of people coming in and out of the site, so we can get an idea of the load, which we can also get from the till information from the client as well. So it just gives us more information to work with. We've got another sense here. So we've got endoscope air sense by the front door, which just allows us to see what the temperature and humidity is at this spot, where the door is going to open quite frequently. Going forward, we've got another ACES 2, which will be replaced with ambient in the near future. So here is the sensor, and this will then control the temperature for the ducting AC, which you can see here with these vents. These 4 vents around the room for the order area and the small seating area over here for our customers. So that's another system. We'll now go into the kitchen. Okay. So the first thing we can see here is we've got a drinks fridge. And in the drinks fridge, we have put an air temperature sensor. So we can then get the temperature of the fridge. And behind the fridge, we also have an air switch, which allows us to turn the fridge off overnight. So obviously it's just got drinks in there, so it doesn't need to be 24/7, which it normally is. We can therefore turn it off at the end of hours for the day and then turn it on for an hour before they start in the morning, just to cool the drinks down before business starts again. Okay, let's go around the front here. Again, we got another drinks fridge here, which we've got a switch connected to. So underneath, we've got the switch. And as you can see, all we've done is unclick the appliance, put the switch in between. So the switch plugs to the wall and the appliance plugs to the switch. Very easy to install and it's wirelessly controlled. And a couple of screws to put it to the wall. Very quick, very easy to install. And that will turn the drinks fridge off outside of hours and also monitor its energy usage generally with its built-in meter. So much easier to install than the older endoscope switch product. We now go around the corner and we've got a coffee machine. And the coffee machine is also controlled by a switch at the back with the same sort of system. We just disconnect the appliance, plug it into the switch instead, and we can now monitor and control it. Okay, I'll go a bit further into the kitchen area. Note we have another ACES 2 sensor here for the kitchen AC. So we've got just taken out the tile. And this controls the ducting. So we've got various ducting outlets around here for the AC. So again, we're controlling the temperature and the schedule of that AC for energy saving. We also have another sense, air sense, on the wall here for temperature, humidity, etc. Okay, and we have one of our walk-in fridge and freezer units. There's 3 on this site. And we also over here a drinks fridge. Sorry, not drinks fridge, a drinks machine, which is also controlled by an endoscope air switch, allowing us to turn it off outside of operating hours. Now, for the walk-in fridge and freezers, we can install a product called Q's. So the Q's allows us to convert basically the temperature sensor from air to product. So inside the Q's, we have this mimicking wax, which will mimic the thermal properties of most common products that we get in the fridge and freezers. And it converts the signal to that, basically allowing us to produce a saving because the actual product is colder than the air would be. So that once we start measuring the product's temperature, the compressor doesn't have to work quite so hard because it's already a lower temperature than the air. And also if the sensor is near the door, for instance, when the door opens, warm air will blow into the room and obviously trigger the compressor, whereas actually the product hasn't even started defawing yet because the door hasn't been open that long. So by converting it to the product temperature, we stop that case where the compressor would trigger when warm air rushes in. It won't react until the actual product temperature starts to drop. Okay, let's come out of this room. Also for these, we've got an Enoscope temperature probe, which is a wired probe going into the room, so we can monitor the temperature in that room as well as its energy usage. So we can then see the before and after savings effect. Beside here, we've got another walk-in unit, and again, we got a hybrid with a temperature probe wired up to it, so we can see the temperature and energy usage for it, and we also got Qs installed in there to produce an energy saving. Let's go around the corner here. We got a third walk-in unit, which is basically the drinks, and again, we got our Qs in there for energy saving, and we're also monitoring it for its temperature. In this case, we're using an Enoscope air temperature unit with an external temperature probe, which then goes into the room. Obviously, these units tend to be like metal boxes, so it's very difficult to get a signal out through wireless capability. So in this case, we put the wireless unit just outside and run a probe inside. So it's able to wirelessly communicate and still take the temperature readings. If we come to the end here, we got another air switch on the wall here. And this one is again controlling this drinks fridge for the order area. For the drive-through area, I should say. And we've got an air sense on the wall as well, because we do have an AC overhead. So this will now allow us to know what the temperature is in this area for controlling that unit. Right, we'll now get to the cook line. And just before I start that one, we've got another air sense here just to monitor this area on the wall. Now we've got all our chicken fryers. Now the first two are gas, we've found out from our survey. So these are gas fryers, but obviously they still have electronic displays, so they do have some usage there. And obviously we monitor the gas and water usage for the site through the Enoscope POS counters. So we can keep an eye on those. Above that, we got part of the fixed system that I mentioned earlier with the 3-phase fan. So this system basically has an infrared laser that shoots across the length of this extraction hood. At the end, we have a reflector on the end. And what happens is when the chicken is cooking, all these will be closed. And once they finish, they will pop up and open them. And a whole load of steam will suddenly rise up. So when the sensor detects the steam, it will then trigger the system into full power mode. So we get maximum extraction. And then once the steam is gone, it will then, after a period of time, reduce the speed back down to a slower speed while there's no steam about. So that's part of the fixed system. So after 2 gas fryers, we then got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regular electric fryers, which we're monitoring. And as I mentioned earlier, we've got a smart switch installed to individually control these units. So one of the things we're looking at for energy saving is obviously making sure they're off outside of operating hours. And another thing we're looking at is potentially turning some of these units off on low period times of day. So for instance, on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I would imagine most of these would be operating because it'd be very busy. But maybe on a Tuesday afternoon, it might be rather quiet. So maybe we don't need all 7 of these fryers on. So we can switch half of them off. So the staff can only use half the units and not have them all powered on. So we're looking at options like that. But obviously, we'd have to work directly with the client, make sure they're happy with whatever control measures we put in place and agree. At the end here, we've got 4 chip fryers. So again, we're monitoring these chip fryers. And again, we can look at, as well as make sure they're not running outside of hours, look at maybe turning some of those units off during non-peak times. And then on the right here, we've got quite a few switches installed on the side here. And we've got another one over here, which is controlling all the various food warmers units here. to ensure that they're not operating outside of hours. And we also, just down here, this little cupboard, got another 2 air switches installed, which are controlling these food warmers here for all the orders that are coming through.
I'm going to stop Dave there because I think you get the idea. So we're controlling everything pretty much on that site. You wouldn't normally have that much equipment on a location, but it's good for you to see, because whether it's a single phase plug-in based electrical circuit or a heavy duty 3-phase, or whether it's air conditioning or whether it's refrigeration, we can work with that technology through our controls and sensors. So let's just move away and talk about some of the technology in more detail. Now, we've already discussed Eniscope, but along with that, it's worth mentioning the air switch can provide monitoring at a plug-in based level. So if you've got an individual plug-in based socket that is maybe on a distribution board with not a lot else on it, and you don't want to put another Eniscope there, you can simply install an air switch and it will send the full Eniscope power monitoring data back to the main Eniscope. So we can get that data at any kind of granularity, you know, whether it's a coffee machine, the kettle, you can go into whatever level of detail the customer wants. And of course, AirSense is used in monitoring because we've got that temperature data, occupancy data that goes with the electrical consumption. In addition, we've also got the Air Temp, which is brand new. Well, it was released late last year, which helps us understand the temperature inside the cold rooms and freezers and fridges. We can actually collect the air temperature and the food temperature or liquid temperature, whatever's being stored, using a combination of the air temp and our Q's technology, which I'll talk about later. Now, that's really useful in the F&B sector because they have to take quite often a lot of manual measurements to do with temperature every day. So we were told by KFC that they have employees taking 64 manual measurements a day because they can't risk food safety being compromised. So they write those temperatures down in a book, they pass it to someone who inputs it into a computer and sends it off into the ether, the dark unknown. But actually what happens is temperatures get written down incorrectly, or employees forget, or it gets transcribed incorrectly from the notepad to the computer, and that can trigger a maintenance visit when there's nothing wrong, or they can miss an issue and end up having the refrigeration break down and throwing lots of food out. In fact, throwing food out costs the industry billions of dollars every year. It's a massive problem. So the air temp is monitoring that temperature information and sending it up to the cloud every 5 minutes. And alarming against that means if someone's left a door open and things are getting warmer than they should, then we're going to pick up on that very quickly. Or if there's a maintenance issue looming, we're going to know about it. So we can avoid that massive headache in the F&B sector, and it's a big problem. So I think Dave talked about this solution quite nicely, but very simply, it runs on batteries, which can give it a 5-year plus lifespan. It can be hardwired. We've got a single button that we push to create a connection back to the Eniscope, and then we're getting that information to do with temperature, occupancy, and so on. So, you know, that's really important because you might have electrical circuits consuming energy and there's no one in the room. Well, we want to know there's no one in the room. And we get that information from the AirSense. So please see the brochures for all these products on our website, and you can start to get into their technical parameters. If you're interested in that, the air switch, again, which Dave's talked about, we had plenty installed on that KFC site. All of these air devices, it's a one-button connection because the communication's via radio frequency. So it's very fast and reliable. If we're doing everything via the cloud, the installation would take a long time. on the site. So in that example, anything that's single phase or plug-in based, that's what we use the air switch for. Here we've got an example of the benefits of asset level monitoring, where using the alarms and looking at the data itself, we were able to see an issue with a chip fryer, which you can see suddenly spiked unnecessarily. So that was that kickback there. But that's what we can do through the virtual energy manager service. If equipment's not working like it should, much easier to identify if you're monitoring it. VR Temp, brand new technology. This is our first partner to receive a delivery, deploying it in supermarkets. And it's just a quick, easy retrofit technology to install again, but massive in F&B, because food safety standards, it's a huge thing to have to comply with. And if you knew the problems as a consumer, you'd think twice about buying takeaway food, because it's a big headache for the sector. Here's an example of a client that we were monitoring the temperature for, and we recommended installing Q's, our chilled unit energy saver. And we said, as a result of that, we can adjust the temperature setting as well, because by installing the Q's, the refrigeration cycle's going to kick in based on changes in the food temperature, not the air temperature. And so just changing the way it's operating allows us to set back the temperature by a degree, which increases energy saving again. And the client said, no way, we're not running the risk of breaching food safety standards. You can't touch the temperature. And we said, right, well, we've got some bad news for you. And we showed them this data here. And okay, on the underside, you can see they're overcooling every couple of hours. So the system's working way harder than it needs to, which is wasting energy. And then at the top level, they're breaching high maximum temperature settings and critical temperature settings. So 3, 4, 5 times in a short space. And that meant the customer, they were already facing that. And we were actually saying, look, we're going to stabilize this as a result of installing the Q's. So they let us do it as a proof of value. And we were able to do that and help them. So then linked to controls that go above and beyond providing the data. I mean, the air switch as well, we're controlling the on-off, scheduling when things come on. Often you'll get people come into a building and just switch things off on out of course of habit. Well, we can override that through the technologies and make sure that it's only going on when it should. Air ambient is a replacement for what Dave referred to as ACES 2 in that video. ACES 2 connected directly via Cat5 to the internet. Air ambient uses radio frequency, so it's a fraction of the cost hardware and installation wise. Big leap forward. Air digital is three-phase heavy duty control, and again controls the on-off, and we can schedule the on-off. So again, case studies. This one over 32% energy saving, and again, please check out the brochures online. This is from a restaurant, again, where we saw they was just switching the equipment on way earlier than they needed to, and we're able to eliminate that. The air conditioning consistently delivers big savings. This, please don't think you're going to get 87% savings every time you do an install. That was just a crazy sight. But you could consistently be seeing 30 to 50%. Again, case study with Starbucks, fast ROI, savings of over $5,000 a year just on the AC with a device that costs hundreds of dollars. So great technology. Air digital, 23% savings. Chilled unit energy saver, 17%. Nice, simple retrofit technology to add to projects where you've got a lot of refrigeration. So again, before and after, there's no smoke and mirrors because remember, we've got the data from Eniscope. Voltage optimization is where where you've got more stable sites where they don't have high peaks that drop a lot and it's more stable with how they use their energy. Maybe sites where there's a lot of refrigeration. Sometimes makes sense for VO. So it's not every site will install voltage optimization, but we can manually adjust the voltage to match what the site requires. And remember, voltage times current, also times power factor, gives us the kilowatts that we pay for over time. So it can be a nice retrofit to add to certain projects. Here's before and after, 12%, 18%, which again is the highest I've seen, but you're more consistently likely to see single figures. But remember, if you're getting 5 to 8%, that's a lot because it's off the total site. Other things that are happening, we've got Virtual Energy Manager Autopilot. So right now we've got human beings that analyze the data and make recommendations. We've developed this autopilot. We're running it in the UK. The plan is to launch that, hopefully maybe by the end of March, but early April with our partners. And that allows us to do a lot more. It doesn't eliminate the need for humans altogether, but we're using an algorithm effectively that will analyze the data, make the suggestions, and it will just mean an energy manager or someone that's assessing the data can just glance at it rather than maybe spending 15, 20 minutes looking through a site. So all of a sudden, we can do a lot more. Air Temp has launched now. Air Solo is something where we had it as an earlier development than this, but because of prioritizing other developments, it got pushed back a bit. But that's where we might want to install monitoring on a three-phase electrical circuit, but not want to fully install another endoscope. So it could be where you've got just an electrical circuit, it's got its own panel, and it's far away from what else is on site. It would be a lot easier if we could put a singular endoscope three-phase version on there. That will then use radio frequency to communicate back to the main one. And the distance, it can communicate back over 1 kilometer if there's no walls between it. If there's lots of walls, then maybe 100 meters, but still plenty of what's the word? We're not likely to encounter a situation where we can't deal with it, because we can always add more endoscopes or more points where we have connections. AirVic, which Dave was highlighting, where we're adjusting the extractors in kitchens to match the cooking loads, quite simply. And then we're getting requests for other types of information, other types of sensors to communicate with the other data we're collecting, which makes sense because it's all IoT, it's all Internet of Things. And if the client's saying, oh, you know what, I'd love it if we could combine this data, well, we can start to have a use case as to why we should bring in other bits of data. It could be, of course, that we can just work with some other third-party sensors as well, where it makes sense. So the developments aren't just going to be to do with energy. They could be to do with all kinds of information that we're interested in and the client's interested in over time. So there's a lot happening. R&D never ends. It's our biggest department. Here's some examples of VIC, which produce excellent energy savings. So we're wrapping up now, just to let you know, the 71 of you that are still on live. And I want to talk in the last 5 minutes before we go into Q&A. What are we looking for in you? And I'm going to use an example of our top partners when we discuss this subject. What have they got in common? Well, they're proactive. They didn't just think, I'm going to dedicate a couple of hours to this every week. They were willing to work hard from day one and do what was required. Persuasion, sales and marketing are key, and you need to have someone that can present to clients, be convincing. They have to go through the training, of course, they need to follow it, but that's vital. Funding, if you're going to maximize opportunities, and not every country has access to funding. and they're used to doing business a different way. That's fine. But in countries where funding is accessible, it maximizes your closing ratios. So they want the business, they're interested in it, we'll help you to unlock that. But it's a critical thing if you're going to produce the same kind of results that we do here in the UK. Commitment, you know, so I'm not just talking about commitment to driving the business every day. I'm talking about commitment to do the training, to stay up to speed with everything that's happening, because this business is fast moving. We bring new things into it regularly, whether it's technology, whether it's sales and marketing collateral. You know, you want to stay up to date or you quickly fall behind. So you've got to have that commitment to the business. Then delivery. You know, after the sale's been made, I mean, that's your priority at the beginning. You need to get the commercial side right. But then afterwards, you've got to make sure your installers are there on site when they should be. You've got the equipment in stock that you need, and that the client gets what they've paid for. So if we put all of those things together, we believe that you have to have the entrepreneurial mindset. The challenge we have as a company is everyone thinks they're an entrepreneur, but the reality is few people are. And it's only really through your questions that you might ask as we get to know each other and we start trying to help you to make an informed decision that we can really unlock whether you are. But we're, you know, that's who we want to work with, people with the entrepreneurial mindset, that've got a make it happen attitude, and that are willing to put that work in to drive the business and make it a success. And, you know, they understand that more than anything else, the success of a business depends on you. You know, the technology is well proven internationally. You know, the market, well, we get free marketing every day now because it's in the news. Energy prices are increasing. There's more legislation. You know, the need for the customer to take action, as we've looked at, is higher than it has ever been. So there couldn't be a better time for you to be in contact with us and looking at this opportunity. So as we take you through the process of making an informed decision, of which this is a vital part going through this webinar, if you get to the point that you're able to make a decision and you're excited, like I am, as to what the future holds and what the potential is in your market, then there's some paperwork involved. So there's an agreement that we have with our partners, a contract that's made up of an application form and a set of terms and conditions. It's available on the information area of our website that hopefully you've had access to at this point. And when you fill out the application, then, as I said earlier, it's my job to present it to the board of directors here at Best.Energy. And we make a decision within 5 working days as to whether we can improve it. Now, within that application, we've got information as to who you are, your backgrounds, your skills and qualifications, your vision for the business in terms of what you want to get out of it, how you plan to structure it, references. And when you sign it, you are signing the agreement, just to make you aware of that. So this isn't something you do just to see if your face fits, but it's because you're serious and you've decided you want to do it. So that's why we also ask for a 20% deposit at this point, so we know that it's serious if we're going to put your application in front of the board. Now, at this juncture, we ask for those 5 working days to make a decision. If we cannot approve it, we will tell you the reasons why, and your deposit will be refunded in full. Now, if we've got to that stage, obviously I'm spending time and trying to use my time wisely because I think there's potential. But we've got a board made up of individual personalities, and you know, we make a collective. And so obviously at that point, I'm hopeful we can get a positive conclusion. So in that case, you'll get a letter confirming that decision in writing, and the remaining balance is due in another 5 working days, as stated earlier. And if you want to benefit from the special offer, so here it is again, you can see the timeframes involved in that. Doing the holding deposit by the 31st of January is a no-brainer if you're serious about wanting to start the business in April. And when I say start the business in April, I mean speaking to clients, because you have to go through training and setting the business up. So those are the timeframes required that fall in line with the application process, just that 5% deposit to lock in the special offer. So that's going to go out with the recording. So I would just like to thank all 70 of you that are still on live for the time that you've sacrificed to be here. That means a lot to me. It tells me you're serious, you like what we've put together, and I'm grateful for that. But of course, you're doing it for yourself, primarily because you see an opportunity here. And I don't know you all individually as to what has brought you to us. It could be, you know, you're in the corporate world and you're sick of helping someone else make a fortune, and you want control of your business and professional future, and you see an opportunity in this sector. It could be a new division you're looking at within your business, but whatever has taken you to this junction with us, and you're deciding what route to take. Wherever it takes you, I hope the information you found today is of use and you can apply it in your lives to your benefit. And I wish you all the best in your professional futures. Hopefully, for at least a small percentage of you, it's going to lead you to us, and we're going to look forward to many years of working successfully together. So if you have to go now, then thank you very much for your time. If you want to be prioritized, please reach out to Seb. With over 100 of you, 150 at one point on today's event, we're going to obviously try and spend our time with those who are most serious. So please try and qualify yourself by reaching out to Seb. That's his cell phone or mobile number. He's on WhatsApp. So you can easily communicate with him that way if it's international. And you've got his email address there as well. I'm going to leave that on the screen. And at the same time, for those of you that can stay on, we will go through your questions that you have asked, and I'll do my level best to answer them all. And I won't finish until we've gone through them all. You can see my lighting's dropped now. We're still getting dark early in the day, so I might jump up and turn the light on in a moment. But anyway, let's start. So I've got a lot of greetings here: Philippines, Kenya, Romania. Shabir says, I can't see other participants. Am I the only one? Yeah, that's correct. Previously, we've had people hijacking, trying to sell things we've never heard of before. So you'll just have direct access to sending those questions to me. Hatim, how much can we gain from a single small to medium company? And what are the competing companies in Canada, and how Best.Energy is competing? So Hatim, we looked at the average sales value earlier based on annual bills of $100,000 plus. Now, in terms of competition, if you're focusing on small, medium-sized businesses, the biggest risk to you not doing a deal is probably following through on your opportunities rather than another company. That's what we find in the UK. But if you're dealing with bigger buildings, you know, talking 100,000 square feet plus and a lot larger, you know, the top 15% of sized buildings in the country are where you might find companies like Schneider, Siemens, Honeywell, big engineering firms that deploy building management systems as the central part of their technology offering. And we've competed with them. The solutions are different, but look, the client's got a choice as to what they want to prioritize. We're naturally going to try to convince them to work with us, and they're going to do the same. We've won and we've lost. And, you know, we've actually worked with companies like that. So the largest IKEA in the world, there's a Schneider BMS, and we've got 40 Eniscope hubs monitoring some 250 electrical circuits. And we're working together. We're doing the data piece, and we're communicating and working with the control system already on site. So, you know, there's opportunities as well if you're clever about it. At the multi-sites, that's another market that we've seen has been neglected historically. But when we do have competition, It's again, maybe someone selling something a bit different, could be LEDs. It could be they've got some sensors, someone selling an energy audit, trialing a new technology. Someone doing exactly what we're doing, it's not going to be apples with apples, but the client's got to choose what they want to prioritize. We think for journey, remember that slide with the journey? We think that makes more sense than any other option the client's got, and it will encompass everything in the right order in that journey anyway. So I think that's why we're getting high closing ratios. Umesh is just saying hi from India. Anonymous, will you be distributing the presentation deck? No, I will not, but you will get a copy of the recording. Someone else says compliments for the great work you're doing. There are some local players providing the solution in India. What's Best.Energy's USP and sustainable competitive advantage, if any? ROI for the products, for a partner, for an F&B outlet, and some client references of sites already operational in India. So we've actually got an India event on Thursday. You should have attended that one, really. But we've answered some of those things, but I'll just focus on the fact that no one dives as deep into data as we do, that we've seen internationally. And we really focus on that because that's where we see the value, through the data. Secondly, we're providing hardware, software, and service collectively to clients. And again, that's really unusual. Some businesses will just have software, and others just hardware and very basic software on the system. So to do all of that and have the service and then an upsell suite of technologies all under one roof puts us in a really strong position. India, we've got Starbucks, Nando's, Chili's, just done a cement factory. There's a cinema chain that's just started there. So yeah, we've got some good things happening. Do I need to hire a trained team for Eniscope deployment? Well, you need someone who can install it, but we've got the training in place. I think I covered that later. So let me know if you've got more questions on it though. Sarah, there will be the recording. Do you offer retrofit deployment capabilities? Yes, you'll get training on that as well, or your installer will. Umesh, what was the response outcome of Indian partner organized by Best.Energy in India? So we haven't done an event in India yet, but maybe we will. Someone else has asked about India. So we've got a lot on from India by the looks today. Rashid, Satish, any use for IT dentist centers? Like I said earlier, every building that uses power is a potential client. We've got the largest data center in Latin America, or at least it was in Mexico. We've got a good case study for a data center in London. So there's good opportunities there. Someone from South Africa is talking about load shedding, so they might go offline. Okay, yep, you'll get the recording. Do you give manufacturing and IOP rights and IP rights to partners? So we own the IP and we do the manufacturing. There is an opportunity for someone to perhaps become a Best.Energy master licensee over time, which could involve taking on more responsibilities that we would normally be responsible for providing. And if that's something you're interested in, it's a lot more rewarding because you benefit from all the sales that take place from other partners. You get enhanced pricing, but there's more responsibility as well. Very difficult to start working with someone that way, but it's something that can be attained. Talk to us to one if that's your vision, where you want to get to. I read your agreement and I'm asking what would happen if one could not fulfill the minimum quota. So we have got minimum quota requirements to kick in from Q3. So we're talking end of month 9, really. And it's $5,000 a quarter. That's like one small sale. So if by month 9, you're not even making one small sale, something has gone seriously wrong somewhere. You've either been distracted, you're not focusing on the business, you're not following the process. There has to be a reason for it, because you should be able to do it by accident if you're following the process and doing the numbers. That 5,000 is there. That's not what our minimum expectation is from you, but it just tells us who's active. And if someone's active and and committed, we'll support them and work with them to overcome whatever challenges they're having. If they're not even doing that level of business, they can't be committed. That can only be the reason for it. But we're looking for you to be ordering a lot more than that. But that's just so you understand why it's fair at that level. Wilson, how long does a reference site need to operate before you can use it as a local success story? Well, potentially you could get a testimonial letter or case study immediately. Now, the initial letter might just say how you've come in, provided a professional service and installation, how they can now see their energy data at a real-time basis, and they can see what's happening with individual equipment and already understand how they're going to save energy over the course of a contract. And they could talk about how professional you are. And maybe you've even got a quick win, but you can always revisit it and get the full case study later on. But you can start out with testimonials if that's part of your agreement with your early contracts. Maybe you're giving them a better offer when you're starting or what have you. But we recommend you try and get some kind of testimonial or reference letter from the very beginning. Wilson, could you advise the average estimated order size of a typical business during the crawl stage? So again, we looked at that $35,000 average that we're getting based on average energy bills of $100,000 plus. Obviously, if you take that down to 50,000 or 30,000, the value of the contracts are going to get lower, but we can still work with those businesses. Wu, refer to the lead generation program. Will Best.Energy have access to all customer info created by the partner? So when it comes to lead generation, we don't work with all of our partners on lead gen. Some do it themselves and they're happy to do it. Others just say, can you look after this requirement for me? So when someone becomes a new partner, they'll have an introductory meeting with our marketing, our chief marketing officer, Simon Jennings, and he will establish with you and come up with a plan that fits how you want to start the business. Any good solutions for offshore drilling rigs? We can work with offshore drilling rigs, no problem. Ioannis, do you or any partner or client in Greece? I can tell you, we've just started with someone actually in Cyprus. They're just going through training right now. So that's exciting to see. But big opportunities in Greece. You know, your energy, like everywhere in Europe, is pretty expensive. I've got another question. Do you guys have some partners in Portugal? So again, I'm talking to someone in Portugal right now, but there's a big opportunity there. And I was looking at some data from Portugal earlier, and your energy is very expensive. Kevin, are we able to talk to a Best.Energy partner in our local area? So they're out there doing contracts with clients, and we've deliberately recorded video interviews so you can see Best.Energy partner experiences. So we can give you access to a library of interviews. No problem. But first of all, Kevin, speak to Seb. Let's make sure there's potential between us. And then, of course, we can go further and address further questions that you've got. Another question, what sort of equipment warranties are included and how long are the guarantees? What would be the relationship of the partner and the client after the system starts operating? So you own the relationship with the client, and the warranties are 2 years, but can be extended to 5 years. The lifetime is 10 years plus. Marco, this is a good intro into the business model. I'd be interested in a presentation more focused on the solution itself, the execution and deployment of the installation, how a typical project proposal looks, specifics on how energy savings happen, the cost involved in delivering the working solution, input-output signals and system can process, graphical interfaces. So we've got a lot more information on the technologies that we can share with you. Again, speak to Seb. We can start giving you access to more and more information. And obviously it gets to a point where already, even in today's event, it's verging on training in some aspects. And at this point, we want to give you the information you require to make an informed decision. Someone else has asked about Portugal again, so covered that. Salah, do you have a project linked to the IoT with digital twin? So I'm just trying to understand, potentially we could create a digital twin of a building. That's not necessary to sell the service in the process that we've got in place at the moment. Pang and James, good to have you on live. We were wondering when approximately the new equipment is due to release in Q1 2023. So I think you're referencing the new Eniscope hardware that we're developing in particular. So that's actually likely to be early Q2 now, rather than by the end of Q1. So for anyone that's not aware, during the component shortage, we decided not to take any risks, and we redesigned Eniscope with some higher processing and making sure it was based on components that wouldn't go out of stock. As it is, we've been okay with what we've got, but we're also just making sure that would continue to be the case. So that's where we are, Pang. Good to have you online. Dennis, you say no capital investment, but at the same time, you want to be paid upfront 50K and then afterwards buy the products in order to sell or implement them to prove they work. That's with the end user client. That's what the proposition is. With you, getting you set up in business, then potentially you can make your license fee back. But when we talk about zero waiting for savings, zero capital outlay, zero risk, it's because we're funding the deal in such a way that the savings are greater than the monthly cost. And we'll often back that up with a guarantee of performance. And we can do all of that because we've done a gap analysis first. That's different, Dennis, to you getting started in the business. And so they're two separate things that we're referring to there. So there's some questions I'm trying to understand here. There's just one that says in terms of know your customer client requirements, but I can't see the question there. Do you have a partner in Switzerland or Germany? So again, same course, ironically, we've got someone starting in Switzerland at the moment. We've got a Dutch partner that also has an office in Germany. But again, before we go any further, please reach out to Seb and he will progress your interest from where it is. So Pang, what is the average cost of the equipment in relation to the number of the average cost of a deal at 35K? So again, you want to be thinking buying for $1, selling for $2. Ashana, what is per calendar month in the pricing? That will depend on the overall value of the contract and the length of the contract as well. Usually it'll be 5 years. If the overall contract's $35,000, I can't remember exactly what that is per month, but you can probably start to work that out yourself. So you will get a copy. Yep, some more requests for copies of the webinar. Someone, Ioannis from Athens, Greece. Great to have you online. And we're currently not doing anything in Greece. So we had a partner in Greece a long time ago before your financial crisis many years ago, and they got caught out in that. But yeah, now is a great time to be focusing on it. Gerson, how many partners do you have in Central America? We've got a couple at least. So, whereabouts in Central America are you? Speak to Seb, reach out, let's explore. Hatim, is there an accelerated video for installation comparison between Eniscope and competitors? So we used to effectively install a competitor before we became a manufacturer. So yeah, we have worked out that we save something like 80% of time on sites. We haven't done 2 videos fast tracking the speed of it, but it is an advantage without question. Subhash says, I'd be keen to use your brand name only. Please tell me India's 220 volt, where USA is 110 volts. Do you have a separate system for the two? Yep, it's no issue. We cater for global voltages and frequencies, Subhash. You have to create your own company name. You'll have your own branding and logo, but you'll have access to our digital library, our logos as well. You can co-brand. You can use the fact you're a Best.Energy, authorized Best.Energy licensee or partner, no problem. Delaware, do you have any projects in Ireland that I can get practical idea of? I think a lot of country-specific questions, it's better for us to start discussing on a one-to-one basis. But of course, Ireland, you're our closest neighbour, so we've got some natural rollover into Ireland that happens from time to time, and there's a big opportunity that is probably easier to unlock in Ireland than anywhere else at the moment. But we have got some experience in Ireland, but absolutely looking for more. But let's talk on a one-to-one basis again. Reach out to my colleague Seb. Nikolai, could it be possible for the Eniscope to monitor energy production, also the opposite stream? So look, we can combine data to do with energy and link it to orders, and the client can then work out really how much electricity was consumed in making this order for this client. So if that's the kind of thing you mean, then yes, we can start to provide that level of information to the customer. Do we need to have an installation team alongside the sales team? Can be outsourced. You can also bring them in-house. That's up to you. Most partners outsource to begin with. How safe is the system from cyber security? Well, we do get asked that question from time to time, and I can tell you we're working with some international banking brands, an international airport, high security conscious firms, and we've never not been able to move forward on a deal because of questions about security. So yeah, if you encounter that, we can help you with customers when it comes up. Nikolai, how the information coming from all Eniscopes installed to a single client is collected. So it communicates directly with the cloud. It could be hardwired to an internet router. It could be connected to a Wi-Fi router, or GPRS, 3G, 4G, 5G router. There's a lot of flexibility. It could have its own network, be connected to the client's network. Different options. Can Eniscope work or integrate with other third-party IoT sensors controllers? Yes, they can. So we've got Modbus connectivity. We use LoRa. We've got another connector that we're working on that will open up a library of other sensors. So we're not looking to reinvent things. If there's perfectly good technologies we can bring into projects that are already out there, we don't have to manufacture everything, and we'd rather not if there's already something suitable out there at the right price point. John, what does low value and simple involve, and low value and complex entail? It's usually just a bigger contract or more sites. So so naturally there starts to become project management involved. That's not at the same level when you're dealing with one or two locations. Kevin says, great presentation, definitely gives a better insight toward the business. Seb, are you interested to answer my questions above? So Seb's been answering some questions as we've gone through, but he was leaving some for me. Gerson, waiting for a reply. Give me a chance. I was leaving the Q&A to the end, Gerson, but I announced that at the beginning, so you may have missed that. Philip, you've said you sent Seb an email over the weekend. That's fine. Shabir, we will send you the recording. Nice presentation, you say. You've got to digest and evaluate. Thank you for the information. Best regards, Mason. Competition, Johannes has brought up, so we've discussed that. Ahmed, I have confidence to apply this technology in Indonesia. Please cooperate with us. Well, reach out to Seb, Ahmed. As long as there's potential, then we can explore it further. Ioannis, and the cost of hardware is competitive. Yeah, it has to be, Ioannis, because we sell it internationally, and there's a range of energy tariffs internationally. So we are working in the Middle East, in Latin America, in Southeast Asia, in Africa, in US. Yeah, we've got examples of success in all of those continents. Dennis says you were logged out. Hopefully you got back in by the looks. Again, there's more country-specific questions. Got them about Canada now. So anything country-specific where I've got to look at who is where and doing what, reach out to us first of all, and then we could start to talk on a one-to-one basis. But none of the countries that have been referenced are closed or ready, anywhere near ready to be closed. But we might have started in some. Ioannis, your hardware we have to import from UK, or do you have a European company to buy directly? So yes, we're used to exporting throughout Europe. It's pretty easy. We've been doing it for a while. So we can talk more again, one-to-one, if you've got questions on logistics specific to your country. Gabriel, have you started yet any projects in Romania? Yes, we've got some great success actually early on in Romania. Sadly, we did have a partner there that recently has run into some serious health issues, but we've got some nice case studies for Romania. Keith, can you explain the profit split between Best.Energy and partners, or explain how partners actually profit? So when we looked at the revenue example, you are literally buying the hardware for those projects and you are making the profit. That is your profit. So any recurring revenues where you're paying for software as a service, or you're using our virtual energy manager service, again, you are generating revenue on all of those contracts. And right now, for simplicity's sake, you want to think of buying for $1 and selling for $2. Shabir, what is our margin as a partner? How much do we get per sale? So again, 50% is how you need to be looking at it. Dennis, do you have any printing material in French or German, or we need to translate it? Some translation work's been done, but you might well have to do more. It depends. I'd have to check to what extent translation in French or German has been done already. But we've got, for example, on the software, probably 7-8 languages already in place. Keith, can you explain how SaaS monitoring works? Is this a service where partners also share revenue? It is, but it's automated. Once it's all set up at the beginning, it doesn't really require any additional input from you. It just will tick over. The additional input comes from Virtual Energy Manager. Ahmed, I have a huge potential customer in Bandung. I need this video copy so I can study further what you offered. So Ahmed, you will not be able to present to that potential customer until we have an agreement and until we have taken you through training. So I just want to make that clear. You are, the fastest you would be able to present to that customer is in April, on the basis that you're going to be doing training. If you were moving forward right now, and we've not even spoken yet, so that's not going to happen. If you're moving forward right now, then you've got to go through onboarding, which is a 30-day process. Pang, so great seeing you on webinar. We'll be in touch in the next couple of weeks. Great to hear from you as well, Pang, and you, James. Time goes so fast, but yeah, look forward to us getting started together. Wilson, do we arrange our own logistics to receive the hardware? So we can arrange that for you. We use TNT typically, but you can also arrange for collection from our warehouse. There's some flexibility there. You say, I assume your $50,000 is actually Great British pounds. No, it is $50,000 US, the license fee. We're using US dollars because it's what everyone understands internationally. Not everyone gets pounds. Hatim, if I become a partner in my region, does this give me exclusivity? Well, I need to know where you are, Hatim, but remember, every building is a potential client. So unless it's a small island with 80,000 people on it, as the example I used earlier, probably not. You know, we use customer registration and protection. That's how we do it. So, but let's speak. Let's learn more about each other and your plans. We'd rather work with as few partners as possible to cover the market, but we don't want to end up working with partners on a basis where it's going to take 1,000 years to get through the market, because that's insanity for all of us. Nasir, what is the methodology to pricing our services? Do you mean methodology? There might be some translation things here, Nasir. We've come up with a set of pricing that we believe works internationally, fundamentally. And that means, you know, in some markets, the margins can be particularly tasty. Nikolai, thank you for all the information provided. I look forward to receive the record and we'll keep in contact. Well, Nikolai, if you want it to be proactive contact, you'll need to reach out to my colleague Seb if you haven't already filled out an initial strategy document. We call it an ISD that tells us more information about you. If you've already done that, then my colleague Seb will be in contact to interview you and assess the potential between us. When you get over 150 on a webinar and you generate over 1,500 inquiries a month, you've got to make sure there's potential first. By the way, I don't think I've ever seen so many on a webinar as today. And now it's properly dark, but my screen is lighting me up. Gerson says, thank you. Gabriel says, if internet connection is interrupted for a while, what's happening? There's onboard storage in the Aniscope, so we'll carry on getting the data. When the internet's back, it will upload to the cloud. Hatim, for single sites, what is the minimum feasible client as area and capital of energy invoices? So look, we've done contracts with clients that are spending a little over $10,000 a year. If they're multi-sites and they're spending around $20,000 plus, then, hey, look, it makes sense on the basis there's a lot of them. But, you know, you've got to think, if it's a single site, you're better off dealing with contracts where the client's bills 100,000 plus, because, you know, this is where you're going to get more financial results in terms of your revenue for the same amount of effort. And they're feeling the pain more because their bill's higher. So they're going to be keener to make a decision quickly. Delaware. So we have done projects in Ireland before. In fact, we've probably got examples of installations in some 40, 50 countries. But they're someone else's customer. So again, you'll have to utilize our case studies that we make available to you. Subhash, is the seminar on 19th of Jan different to the one today? Yeah, I mean, that is India specific, Subhash. So yes, it is different. Gerson says there are only two options to be your partner. Correct, Gerson. If you want to explain your situation to Seb, then he might be able to recommend an option where you work with another partner. Obviously, there'll be some of you online now that don't have the financial capability or the time capability to become a partner. And if that's the case, there might be a possibility we can tie you in with another partner and maybe you can get a commission. You know, it's not going to be anywhere near as exciting, of course, but it's a way of getting involved. Manu, sorry if it's been asked before, but is this session recording going to be made available? Yes, it will. Keith says, thanks for the information. I'll be in touch. I can take a breath. I think we've got through all your questions, which is good. I should have stopped and turned my light on, right? Once again, thank you so much. There are some great questions in there. I can see you've been listening. You're not going to retain everything in an event that's 3.5 hours of content. So you're going to find some of you have asked questions which were already answered. and you'll pick up on it. Sometimes you have to watch something twice before it sinks in. But I think most of what you want to know will be answered. And then when we're talking one-to-one, you're going to have more questions that are specific to working where you're located and the contract. And before we get to that point, if you're not already in interaction with me, reach out to Seb, please, because that's the only way we'll be able to prioritize you if it warrants it. And also, you know, if there isn't potential between us to be successful together, better Seb informs you of that from the outset, so you can get on with your lives rather than persisting in something that's not going to lead to a positive outcome. So again, make him your first point of contact. So I'm very appreciative. Oops, I have gone dark well and truly now. I'm very appreciative of the time you have spent looking at the business. Thank you for your time. I look like a very shadowy character. I'm sorry that you've got to look at me like this. You're probably sick of the sight of me by now, but it's at the end. So thank you so much. I hope we can work together with some of you. 2023 is going to be an awesome year. We already know that from what our existing partners are doing. Hopefully you can be part of it and join in the success along the way. Have a great day, a successful business career, whatever way it takes you, as I said earlier, and I look forward to speaking to some of you on a one-to-one. Have a great evening and great day ahead. Bye for now.